Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. Timelapse-A Bronx Vacation. Tom Zimmerman stared through the octagonal viewport of his family's residence pod, watching the sanitized morning unfold outside. The year was 2107, and upstate New York had never been cleaner, safer, or more sterile. The dawn crept silently over the horizon, a pre-programmed gradient of orange and pink that climbed the dome of the sky right on schedule. Atmospheric aesthetics optimal, announced the home's ambient intelligence. Predicted satisfaction rating 97.4%. Tom ignored the notification. Perfection had become mundane. Behind him, his son Zach scrolled through holographic statistics, the blue light washing over his face as he studied baseball records from a century ago. At 17, Zach was an anomaly among his peers, fascinated by history rather than the metaverse most teenagers inhabited. 14-year-old Monica sat cross-legged on the hover ottoman, sketching with a digital stylus, creating impossibly perfect lines that automatically corrected her natural human imprecisions. Breakfast nutrients dispensing, announced the kitchen module. Tom's wife Nina appeared from their sleeping quarters, her bio-silk jumpsuit adjusting its molecular structure to the morning's temperature. "Did you see the announcement?" she asked, her eyes bright with an enthusiasm Tom hadn't seen in months. "Which corporate merger are we celebrating today?" Tom replied, his voice flat. "Not a merger. Chronoscape Industries is launching their commercial time travel program. They're calling it Vacation Through Time. First departures begin next month." Tom's attention shifted from the artificial sunrise to his wife's face. Actual temporal displacement, not just immersive simulation. Genuine displacement, limited duration of course, 7 days maximum to preserve timeline integrity. Zach's head snapped up from his holo display. "We could go see the 1927 Yankees, live, in person." Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, Monica, whispered, her stylus hovering motionless above her tablet. The family fell silent, each imagining the possibilities. Tom felt something stir within him, something the emotional regulation implant was supposed to prevent. Raw, unfiltered yearning. "The Murderers Row Yankees," Tom said, leaning against their spotless countertop. "The greatest baseball team ever assembled." Nina brushed her fingertips across the nutrition dispenser's surface, cancelling their algorithmically optimized breakfast. "I'll make real pancakes," she announced, "while we discuss this properly." The smell of butter browning in a pan, a rarity in their auto-cleaned living space, filled the apartment as they huddled around the kitchen island, something electric and ancient passing between them. "What would it cost?" Tom asked. Nina projected the information from her neural link. The figure that appeared made them all wince. "Everything in our discretionary account," she admitted, "plus liquidating some assets." "Worth it," Zach declared without hesitation. Monica nodded. "I could draw things that actually exist, not just what the AI thinks looks period appropriate." Tom studied his family's faces, more alive, more present than he'd seen them in years. The chronological preservation laws had been enacted when he was a boy, making it illegal to maintain most physical artifacts from the past. History became something observed through sanitized documentaries and museum holograms, never touched, never smelled, never truly experienced. "I'll submit our application tonight," Tom decided. Nina's hand found his, skin against skin without the usual layer of haptic augmentation between them. "We're going to see Babe Ruth hit a home run," she whispered. "The Sultan of SWAT," Zach added. "The Bambino," Tom finished. Outside, the environmentally optimized morning continued its programmed perfection, but inside their pod something untamed had awakened. 4 weeks later, the Zimmerman family stood in Chronoscape's orientation hub, a vast white chamber designed to transition travellers from the pristine order of 2107 to whatever messy, beautiful past awaited them. "Welcome to temporal displacement preparation," announced their guide, a woman whose natural appearance, devoid of the subtle biomodifications most adults sported, marked her as a history specialist. "My name is Dr. Reed, and I'll be preparing your family for immersion in 1927 New York City." They followed her through a series of chambers, each more fascinating than the last. In the cultural immersion room, they learned 1920s slang and practiced conversations without neural assistance. "Everything is swell, or the bee's knees," Monica practiced, giggling at the strange phrases. "Men tip their hats to ladies," Dr. Reed instructed Tom and Zach, "and never ever mention prohibition enforcement in public spaces. The speakeasies operate under the protection of various organisations that don't appreciate attention." In the costume and identity chamber, expert tailors wrapped them in period-specific clothing that felt simultaneously constricting and liberating. Tom straightened his suspenders, feeling oddly dignified in the wool trousers and crisp white shirt. Nina emerged in a drop-waist dress with an Art Deco beaded pattern that caught the light with every movement. "Mom," Zach's voice trailed off as he stared. "You look like one of those old photographs come to life." Nina twirled, the dress swinging around her calves. "I could dance in this," she said, surprised. They spent 3 days in the sensory simulation modules, acclimating to the overwhelming barrage that awaited them. The smell of coal smoke and street food, the cacophony of unregulated traffic and human voices without volume modulation, the taste of food prepared without nutritional algorithms, rich, inconsistent, sometimes burned but gloriously unpredictable. "This is the final element of your preparation," Dr. Reed explained as they entered the psychological adjustment chamber on their last day. "In 1927, you will experience something that may be more disorienting than the sights and sounds, the absence of constant connectivity." She pressed a small device against each of their temples, temporarily disabling their neural interfaces. The sudden silence in their minds was jarring. "This is how humans experienced reality for most of history," she continued. "No instant information retrieval, no mood regulation, no location tracking of loved ones, just your senses and your wits." Tom felt his heart rate increase, a flutter of anxiety that would normally trigger his implant to release calming neurotransmitters. Instead, the feeling expanded, raw and unfiltered. "That's real fear," Dr. Reed observed. "Hold on to it, examine it. In 1927, all your emotions will have this intensity." Monica reached for her father's hand, her own eyes wide. "It feels like falling," she whispered. "It feels like being alive," Tom replied, startled by the truth of his own words. The temporal transition pod resembled a vintage elevator, with polished brass fixtures and wood panelling that seemed incongruous against the sleek technology of Chronoscape's facility. The family huddled together inside, dressed in their 1927 attire, carrying nothing but the period-appropriate possessions provided by the company. "Temporal displacement is not instantaneous from your perspective," Dr. Reed explained through the communication system. "You'll experience approximately 45 seconds of disorientation. Some travellers report vivid memories, others describe dreamlike states. All of this is normal." Nina squeezed Tom's hand. Zach straightened his newsboy cap. Monica clutched her leather-bound sketchbook. "Displacement sequence initiating," announced the system. The pod hummed, vibrations travelling up through the soles of their leather shoes. Light began to pulse, not the cool blue of modern technology, but a warm amber that seemed to thicken the air around them. See you in a week, Dr. Reed's voice faded. Remember, Grand Central Terminal, 8:17 a.m., June 12th, 1927. Enjoy the past. The light intensified until it consumed everything. Tom felt himself stretching, dissolving, reforming. Memories cascaded through his consciousness. His father teaching him to throw a baseball, his first date with Nina, Zach's birth, Monica's first steps. Each memory carried an emotional weight he hadn't felt in decades, as if the chronological distance had been compressed. Then came darkness, sudden and complete, followed by noise, thunderous, chaotic human noise. Tom Zimmerman opened his eyes to find himself standing in the main concourse of Grand Central Terminal, surrounded by his family and hundreds of strangers from another time. The vaulted celestial ceiling soared above them, sunlight streaming through massive windows. A porter rushed past, nearly colliding with Zach. "Watch yourself, kid," the man called over his shoulder. The air was thick with tobacco smoke, perfume, and the indefinable scent of masses of humanity in motion. No environmental filters, no crowd dispersion protocols, just life, unregulated and glorious. "We made it," Nina whispered, her eyes wide as she took in the spectacle. A massive clock above the information booth showed the time, 8:17 a.m. "Look," Monica pointed to a newspaper stand where a man was selling the morning edition. The headline was visible even from where they stood. "Yankees sweep doubleheader, Ruth homers. Twice as murderers row continues reign." Tom felt a smile spread across his face, not the measured expression of contentment permitted by his now dormant emotional regulator, but something wild and unrestrained. "Come on," he said, taking his wife's hand. "We've got a baseball game to catch." The Bronx greeted them with a symphony of sounds that no historical simulation could have prepared them for. As they emerged from the subway station at 161st Street, the sidewalks teemed with life. Vendors hawking pennants and photographs of Babe Ruth, children darting between adults' legs, and the distant roar of thousands of voices carried on the summer breeze from Yankee Stadium. "It's not white," Zach observed, staring at the stadium facade. "It doesn't become the house that Ruth built in white concrete until the renovation in the 70s, Tom explained, recalling his baseball history. "This is the original 1923 construction." The building rose before them, brick and concrete against the blue sky, simultaneously smaller and more imposing than the holographic recreations they'd studied. No clean-up drones polished its surfaces, no crowd management algorithms controlled the flow of people streaming toward the entrance. It was beautifully, chaotically imperfect. The ticket seller barely glanced at the period currency Chronoscape had provided. 4 grandstand seats. That'll be $6, he announced through a haze of cigar. Smoke. $6, Nina whispered as Tom handed over the bills. That wouldn't buy a synthetic coffee in our time. They merged with the crowd flowing into the stadium. The sensory overload was immediate. The sharp smell of mustard and beer, the sound of thousands of conversations happening simultaneously without noise cancellation technology, the press of shoulders and elbows as they navigated toward their seats. "I can feel the anticipation," Monica said, her fingers already working in her sketchbook, capturing the faces around them. "It's like electricity, but human." Their seats placed them along the third base line with a perfect view of the entire field. The manicured grass seemed impossibly vivid. Not the uniform green of genetically optimized modern lawns, but a patchwork of slightly different shades, bearing the scuff marks of recent play. "They're coming!" Zach grabbed his father's arm, pointing toward the home dugout. The New York Yankees took the field for warm-ups, their wool uniforms already showing sweat in the June heat. And there, larger than life, was George Herman Babe Ruth, his massive frame unmistakable as he lumbered toward the outfield, glove in hand. "The Babe," Tom breathed, feeling a childlike awe overtake him. A vendor moved through their aisle. Peanuts! Get your fresh roasted peanuts! Nina purchased a bag, and the family marvelled at the simple act of cracking shells and extracting the nuts inside, a tactile experience eliminated by the food purification standards of 2107. The shells piled around their feet, joining the debris left by previous spectators. No one scolded them. No cleanliness violation was registered. The game began with the crack of a bat and the roar of the crowd. Each hit, catch and run was met with unfiltered human response, cheers, groans and colourful language that would trigger civility filters in their time. When Ruth stepped to the plate in the third inning, the stadium quivered with anticipation. "He's going to do it," Zach whispered. "I can feel it." Ruth pointed his bat towards centre field, a gesture immortalised in baseball lore, and dug his cleats into the dirt. The pitcher wound up and delivered. Ruth's swing was both powerful and strangely graceful for such a large man. The crack of the bat sent the ball soaring toward right field, and the crowd erupted before it had even cleared the fence. Ruth trotted around the bases with his characteristic swagger as the stadium shook with unrestrained joy. Tom found himself on his feet, shouting himself hoarse, alongside strangers who, for this moment, felt like family. Nina's arm was around his waist, her body pressed against his side. Zach leapt up and down, his cap nearly flying off. Monica's hands were suspended above her sketchbook, the babe's triumph momentarily halting even her artistic documentation. "That just happened," Nina said, her voice choked with emotion. "We just saw Babe Ruth hit a home run." "And Lou Gehrig's on deck," Zach added, his eyes shining. By the seventh inning stretch, the Zimmermans had consumed hot dogs with natural casings, drank soda sweetened with real sugar, and sung "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" with thousands of strangers. Their faces were flushed with sun and excitement. Their voices were hoarse. Their emotions, unregulated by modern technology, swung wildly with every play. It was exhausting. It was inefficient. It was the most alive they had felt in years. The Yankees won 5-2, with Ruth and Gehrig accounting for all 5 runs between them. As the crowd dispersed, Zach tugged at his father's sleeve. "Dad, can we wait by the players' exit? Maybe we could get Ruth's autograph." The family joined a small crowd of dedicated fans near a side entrance. After 30 minutes, players began to emerge, some stopping briefly to sign programs or exchange words with waiting admirers. When Ruth appeared, he seemed even larger up close, a mountain of a man with a surprisingly boyish face. He signed several autographs before his eyes landed on the Zimmerman family. "You folks enjoying the game?" he asked, his voice carrying the Baltimore accent that historical recordings had preserved but never quite captured. "It was magnificent, Mr. Ruth," Tom managed, suddenly feeling like a child himself. Ruth grinned and reached for Zach's program. "First time at Yankee Stadium?" he asked as he scrawled his name. "Yes, sir," Zach replied, his voice cracking. "We came a long way to see you play." "Well, you picked a good day for it," Ruth replied with a wink. He handed the signed program back to Zach, tipped his hat to Nina and Monica, and continued on his way, leaving behind 4 thoroughly starstruck time travellers. Zach stared at the autograph, his hands trembling. "This isn't supposed to exist anymore," he whispered. "In our time, all Ruth autographs are in museums or private collections, and now we have one." "We can't take it back with us," Nina reminded him gently. "Temporal contamination regulations." "I know," Zach said, still gazing at the signature, "but for the next week it's mine." As they walked away from the stadium, Monica suddenly stopped, pointing toward an elderly man with a large boxy camera. "Photographs! Get your photograph! Preserve the day!" the man called out. Tom exchanged glances with his family. "Shall we?" he asked. They posed together outside the stadium, the brick facade behind them, their faces flushed with sun and joy. The photographer ducked beneath his black cloth, adjusted something on his camera, then emerged. "Smile for 1927, he instructed. The flash powder ignited with a small puff. The camera shutter clicked. "Come back tomorrow afternoon," the photographer instructed, handing Tom a claim ticket. 4 copies for $1. As they wandered away from the stadium, the family found themselves in an unfamiliar Bronx neighborhood. Without navigation implants or augmented reality overlays, they relied solely on the paper map Chronoscape had provided. "We need to find the brownstone," Nina said, consulting the address written on their documentation. "It should be about 15 blocks from here." They walked through streets teeming with life. Women hung laundry from fire escapes. Children played stickball in the alleys. Shops displayed their wares on sidewalk tables, proprietors calling out to passers-by. The smell of a dozen different cuisines wafted from open windows. "Everyone's outside," Monica observed, sketching furiously as they walked. "Not a single person is wearing interface glasses or neural receivers. They're just talking to each other," Zach added, "face to face." They found their temporary home on a tree-lined street, a 4-story brownstone with a small stoop leading to a heavy wooden door. The key turned with resistance in the lock, requiring actual physical effort rather than biometric authentication. Inside, the Zimmermans discovered what their ancestors would have considered modern convenience, but which to them felt charmingly primitive. Gas lamps with manual knobs, a refrigerator that hummed loudly and needed to be filled with actual food, a radio that required tuning by hand to find broadcasts. Tom ran his fingers over the solid wood dining table, feeling the grain and imperfections beneath his fingertips. "No smart surfaces," he murmured. "No notifications. No optimization algorithms." Nina opened the windows, letting in the sounds and smells of the neighborhood. "We're going to need to shop for food," she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Real ingredients, not meal preparation capsules." As the day faded into evening, the family gathered on the small balcony overlooking the street. Below them, neighbours conversed from stoops. Someone played a violin several buildings away. The smell of garlic and tomatoes wafted up from a nearby kitchen. "We have 6 more days," Tom said, his arm around Nina's shoulders. "What's next on our list?" "Coney Island tomorrow," she replied. "Then Harlem the day after for the jazz club. Then—" "Let's not plan every minute," Zach interrupted, surprising them all. Zach, who kept his schedule optimized to 5-minute increments in 2107, who had never spontaneously deviated from a plan. "Let's just see what happens." Tom smiled at his son, recognizing something awakening in him. The same wild, unfiltered humanity he felt stirring in his own chest. "Sounds swell to me," he said, trying out the 1920s slang, which elicited groans and laughter from his family. As darkness fell over the Bronx, the Zimmermans settled into their temporary home from another era, the programmed perfection of 2107 already beginning to feel like a distant dream. Dawn broke over 1927 New York with the raucous symphony of a city waking without algorithmic precision. Milk trucks rattled down cobblestone streets. Vendors shouted as they set up carts. Church bells rang the hour, each slightly out of sync with the others. Tom woke to the unfamiliar sensation of natural sunlight warming his face through cotton sheets. No ambient intelligence had adjusted the room's temperature or gently increased the lighting to optimal waking levels. No nutrition dispenser had prepared his precisely calibrated morning sustenance. The smell of coffee, real coffee brewed from ground beans, drew him to the kitchen where Nina stood before a metal percolator, her hair uncombed, wearing a simple cotton robe. "I figured it out," she announced proudly, pouring the dark liquid into ceramic mugs, just like my grandmother described in her journals. The coffee was too hot, too bitter, and absolutely perfect. Tom savoured the inconsistency of each sip as Zach and Monica joined them, drawn by the same enticing aroma. "The subway to Coney Island takes about an hour," Zach announced, studying their paper map. "We should catch the 9:15 train if we want to have the full day there." They dressed in their lightest summer clothes, linen trousers and short-sleeve shirts for Tom and Zach, cotton dresses for Nina and Monica. The heat of June in New York was unmitigated by climate control, making the layers of 1920s fashion seem cumbersome. The subway car rocked and swayed as it carried them toward Brooklyn, its windows open to provide the only available cooling. Passengers fanned themselves with newspapers and hats. A group of children sang a jumping rhyme while their mother attempted to shush them. Two men argued passionately about politics, their voices rising and falling without social harmony, algorithms to modulate their discourse. "They're so uninhibited," Monica whispered, sketching the faces around her. "Look at their expressions, completely unfiltered." As the train emerged from underground, the first glimpse of the Atlantic Ocean appeared through the windows. The Zimmermans pressed their faces to the glass like the children they accompanied, watching as Coney Island came into view, roller, coasters and Ferris wheels rising against the blue sky. "It's not a historical recreation," Zach breathed. "It's the actual place, in its actual time." The sounds hit them first as they exited the station. Calliope music, barkers shouting to attract customers, the screams of roller coaster riders, and the constant crash of waves against the shore. The smells followed immediately after: salt water, frying foods, cotton candy, suntan lotion, and the indefinable scent of thousands of humans enjoying themselves without environmental filtration. "Where do we start?" Nina asked, her eyes wide as she tried to absorb the sensory landscape. "Everywhere," Tom replied, feeling a childlike giddiness overtake him. They rode the Cyclone first, the newly constructed wooden roller coaster that had opened just that month. Without safety field generators or velocity controls, the ride was terrifyingly, gloriously physical. The wooden structure creaked and swayed. The cars rattled along tracks that seemed impossibly fragile. The drops and turns threw them against each other and the side rails. They screamed until their throats were raw, tumbling out at the end with shaking legs and wild laughter. "Again!" Monica demanded, already running toward the entrance for another ride. They spent hours moving from attraction to attraction. The Wonder Wheel gave them panoramic views of the beach and boardwalk. The funhouse mirrors distorted their reflections in ways that made them howl with laughter. They tested their skill at games of chance, Zach winning a small stuffed bear at a ring toss booth and presenting it to Monica with exaggerated gallantry. At midday, they feasted on foods forbidden by the purity regulations of 2107. Hot dogs in natural casings, corn on the cob dripping with butter, and cotton candy that stained their fingers and lips with artificial colours. "I think this hot dog is made of actual meat products," Nina whispered to Tom, a mixture of horror and delight in her voice. "And this lemonade contains real sugar," he replied, lifting his paper cup in a toast, "to culinary anarchy." After lunch, they made their way to the beach. Nina and Monica removed their shoes, lifted their dresses slightly and waded into the Atlantic surf. The water was cold despite the summer heat, making them gasp and laugh. Tom and Zach rolled up their pant legs and joined them, the four Zimmermans standing in a line as waves crashed around their calves. "In our time, the ocean temperature is regulated to 74 degrees year-round," Tom said, wiggling his toes in the wet sand. "This is bracing, but real," Nina added, her hand finding his in the water. "Completely authentic." Later, as the sun began to set, they walked along the boardwalk eating ice cream cones that melted faster than they could consume them. Monica had long since filled her sketchbook and had resorted to drawing on napkins and the backs of attraction tickets. Zach carried his suit jacket over his shoulder, his suspenders visible and his tie loosened. a relaxed state his friends in 2107 would never have recognised. They paused to watch a sideshow barker entice passers-by with promises of oddities and wonders within his tent. Step right up and see the amazing human blockhead, the tattooed lady from the wilds of Borneo, the fire-eating marvels of Madagascar. "Can we?" Monica asked, her eyes shining with curiosity. Tom hesitated only briefly before nodding. In 2107, such exhibits would be considered exploitative and had long since been replaced by historical holograms that explained rather than entertained. But they hadn't come to judge the past. They had come to experience it as it truly was. Inside the tent, they watched a series of performers who defied expectation. The human blockhead hammered a nail into his nostril. The tattooed lady displayed intricate designs covering every visible inch of her body. The fire-eaters passed flames across their tongues and exhaled great plumes of fire toward the canvas ceiling. "It's not an illusion," Zack whispered, his eyes wide. "They're actually doing these things." "No safety protocols," Tom replied. "No liability constraints." "But look at their faces," Nina observed. "They're proud of what they do. It's their art form." As night fell over Coney Island, the amusement park transformed under electric lights that seemed impossibly bright and colourful to the Zimmerman's 22nd century eyes. The family joined the crowd gathered for the evening's highlight, a recreation of the destruction of Pompeii, complete with a scale model of the ancient city, real fireworks simulating the volcanic eruption, and actors fleeing from the lava. "It's so analog," Monica said, sketching the spectacle with quick, sure strokes. No virtual overlays, no sensory enhancement, just physical objects and human ingenuity. "And everyone is watching together," Tom added, noticing how the crowd gasped and applauded as one entity. No personalised experiences, one shared reality. When the last firework had faded and the model Pompeii stood in charred ruins, the Zimmermans joined the tired, happy crowd streaming toward the subway station. Their faces were sunburned despite the straw hats they'd worn. Their feet ached from walking on wooden boardwalks without the cushioning insoles of 22nd century footwear. Their stomachs were slightly unsettled from foods their bodies weren't accustomed to processing. Not one of them would have changed a single sensation. On the train ride back to the Bronx, Monica fell asleep against her father's shoulder, her sketchbook clutched to her chest. Zack stared out the window at the passing city, periodically touching the small stuffed bear that represented his ring-toss victory. "What are you thinking?" Nina asked Tom softly, her head resting against his other shoulder. He considered the question, realising that for the first time in decades he wasn't carefully curating his response to meet social harmony parameters or emotional regulation guidelines. His answer came directly from his unfiltered mind to his lips. "I'm thinking that we've spent our lives mistaking comfort for happiness," he replied. "That maybe all the optimization and regulation we've surrounded ourselves with has protected us from life rather than enhancing it." Nina nodded slowly. "The sand between my toes today was uncomfortable," she said. "My feet were cold, then hot, then covered in grit, and I can't remember the last time I felt so present in my own body." As the train rocked them through the night, Tom found himself wondering what they would carry back to 2107 when their week ended, and whether the perfectly optimized future would ever feel like home again. The evening air in Harlem vibrated with possibilities. The Zimmermans emerged from the subway station at 125th Street, following the sound of jazz that spilled from doorways and windows along Lenox Avenue. Women in beaded dresses and men in sharp suits congregated on corners, their laughter punctuating the night like staccato notes in a complex composition. "The Harlem Renaissance at its peak," Nina murmured, her own dress, with its drop waist and Art Deco beading, allowing her to blend seamlessly into the crowd. "This is the cultural epicenter of America right now, maybe the world." They passed storefronts with hand-painted signs advertising businesses owned by and catering to the predominantly black neighbourhood. Poetry readings were announced on lamp-posts, art exhibitions were promoted in barbershop windows, and everywhere, music. Not the algorithmically optimised soundscapes of 2107, but raw human expression with all its beautiful imperfections. "It's down this way," Tom said, consulting the address scribbled on a slip of paper given to them by their brownstone's caretaker. The Velvet Cat, supposed to be the best jazz club most people don't know about. They found it in a basement beneath a haberdashery, marked only by a small brass plaque engraved with a feline silhouette. A mountain of a man guarded the entrance, his expression stern until Tom slipped him the password along with the cover charge. "Enjoy yourselves," the man said, his face transforming with a smile as he opened the door. "But mind your manners. Miss Holliday's performing tonight, and she deserves your respect." The club embraced them in blue haze and golden light. Tables crowded the small space, surrounding a stage where a quartet played. Piano, bass, drums, and a trumpet player whose cheeks puffed as he coaxed impossible notes from his instrument. The room was at capacity, yet the Zimmermans were led to a small table near the back, the varied patrons shifting to accommodate newcomers with automatic courtesy. "That's Billie Holiday," Zach whispered, pointing to a young woman sitting at the bar waiting for her set to begin. "She's only 12 years into her career. In our time, she considered one of the greatest vocalists who ever lived." A waiter appeared at their table. "What'll it be, folks?" Tom hesitated only briefly. In 2107, alcohol consumption was permitted but carefully regulated through neurochemical monitoring. Here, during Prohibition, it was illegal yet flowing freely. "Whatever's good tonight," he replied. The waiter returned with 4 amber-filled glasses. "Canadian whiskey," he explained. "The real stuff, not that bathtub gin they serve uptown." Nina lifted her glass tentatively, inhaled the sharp aroma, then took a small sip. Her eyes widened as the liquor burned its way down her throat. "That's intense," she managed. Monica reached for her glass, but Zach intercepted it. "Historical authenticity only goes so far," he said with the authority of an older brother. "You're 14. The trumpet player finished his solo with a flourish that sent the crowd into appreciative applause. As the quartet took a break, the owner of the club approached the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Billie Holiday." The young woman Tom had noticed earlier took the stage, nodding to the pianist who began a gentle introduction. When she began to sing, the room collectively held its breath. Her voice, unenhanced by technology, unfiltered by audio optimization, filled the space with raw emotion that vibrated in the Zimmermans' chests. "I've heard her recordings," Nina whispered, "but this..." Words failed her, and Tom understood why. In their time, music was perfect, each note precisely calibrated, each emotion carefully modulated for optimal listener response. This was something else entirely, human vulnerability transformed into art. Monica opened her sketchbook, her pencil flying across the page as she captured Holiday's expression. Eyes closed, head tilted back, completely surrendered to the music flowing through her. Zach sat motionless, his whiskey untouched, absorbing a performance that future generations would know only through scratchy recordings. When the song ended, the applause was thunderous and immediate. Holiday acknowledged it with a slight nod before launching into her next number, a faster, more rhythmic piece that had several couples rising to dance in the small space before the stage. "Dance with me," Nina said suddenly, taking Tom's hand. "I don't know how," he protested. In 2107, dancing was primarily a solo activity guided by augmented reality choreography. Not like this. "Neither do I," she replied, pulling him to his feet. "Let's learn." They joined the other couples, watching briefly before attempting to mimic their movements. Their first efforts were awkward, stepping on each other's feet, moving in opposite directions, laughing at their own clumsiness. But gradually they found a rhythm together. Tom's hand on Nina's waist, her palm against his shoulder, their bodies remembering a synchronicity their minds had forgotten. "You're a natural," Nina told him as they circled the floor. "It's not about thinking," Tom realised aloud. "It's about feeling." At the table, Monica continued sketching, capturing not just Holiday's performance, but the entire atmosphere. The smoke curling toward the ceiling, the faces in various states of rapture, the hands clutching drinks and instruments. When a young man approached their table, she was too absorbed to notice until Zach nudged her. "Your sister draws real good," the young man said to Zach, his eyes on Monica's sketchbook. "I ain't never seen nobody catch the feeling of music on paper like that." Monica looked up, startled. The young man was barely older than Zach, with a trumpet case at his feet, the same musician whose solo had opened the evening. "Thanks," she replied, unused to direct compliments unfiltered by social harmony protocols. "I'm trying to capture what makes her voice so special." "Mind if I see?" he asked, gesturing to her sketchbook. Monica hesitated briefly before turning the book toward him. The young man's face lit up with recognition. "That's it exactly," he said. "That's the moment when Billy forgets the audience is even there, when it's just her and the song." He extended his hand. "I'm Louis, by the way. Louis Armstrong, Jr." Zach choked on his whiskey. "Any relation to—" "My daddy," Louis replied with a proud grin. "I'm still learning, but he says I got promise." "Would you sign my drawing?" Monica asked impulsively. "Please? I'd like to remember this night exactly as it is." Louis borrowed her pencil and scrawled his name in the corner of the sketch, adding a small musical note beside it. "Maybe I'll be famous someday too," he said with a wink, before retrieving his trumpet and returning to the stage. When Tom and Nina returned to the table, flushed and laughing from their dance, they found their children transformed. Monica radiant with artistic inspiration, Zach shaking his head in historic disbelief. "That was Louis Armstrong's son," he explained, and he signed Monica's sketch because he liked it. Not because an algorithm suggested it would optimize her creative confidence, but because he actually liked it. The evening stretched on, song after song filling the small club with emotions that range from jubilant to heart-wrenching. The Zimmermans remained until the final set, their modern sensibilities gradually falling away as they surrendered to the unfiltered experience of the moment. When they finally emerged into the Harlem night, the streets were still alive, people strolling arm in arm, conversations flowing from stoops and street corners, the occasional automobile puttering past with its distinctive engine sound. "I never want to forget this," Nina said as they walked toward the subway station. "Not just what we saw and heard, but how it felt." "I don't think we can forget," Tom replied, his arm around her waist. "I think we're being remade by this place this time." The late train back to the Bronx was nearly empty, allowing them to speak freely about their experience. "In 2107, we think we appreciate art and music," Zach said, staring out at the passing cityscape. "But we're just consuming perfect reproductions stripped of their context. Tonight, we heard Billie Holiday the way she was meant to be heard, in a smoky club surrounded by people who understood what her voice meant in this moment in history. And we saw her as a person," Monica added. "Not an icon, not a historical figure, just a young woman with an extraordinary gift living her actual life." She touched the corner of her sketchbook where Louis Armstrong Jr.'s signature now resided. "We became part of that life, just for a moment." Tom watched his children with a mixture of pride and sadness. They were experiencing a richness of existence that would be difficult to replicate when they returned to their optimized future. How would nutritional algorithms compare to the taste of street vendor hot dogs? How would regulated emotional responses compare to the raw intensity of a jazz club? How would sanitized historical documentaries compare to the vibrant chaos of living history? He met Nina's eyes across the subway car and saw the same question reflected there. What were they going to do with this awakening when their 7 days ended? Broadway glittered before them on their 6th day in 1927. Marquees illuminating the night with promises of spectacle and wonder. The Zimmermans joined the fashionable crowd flowing into the New Amsterdam Theatre. Women in evening gowns and men in dinner jackets creating a river of silk and wool beneath the electric lights. The Ziegfeld Follies, Nina read from their programmes, with music by Irving Berlin and George Gershwin. Two of the greatest composers of the 20th century on the same bill, Tom added. People in our time pay small fortunes for holographic recreations of these performances. The theatre's interior took their breath away. Gilded archways, red velvet seats, and an ornate ceiling painted with mythological scenes. No environmental restrictions limited the opulence. No sustainability algorithms had optimized the architecture for resource conservation. It was beautiful solely for beauty's sake. The house lights dimmed, and the orchestra struck up the overture. For the next 3 hours, the Zimmermans were transported by a spectacle that engaged all their senses. Chorus girls in elaborate costumes, comedians delivering rapid-fire jokes, singers whose voices filled the theatre without amplification, and dancers whose physical prowess needed no technological enhancement. During intermission, they stood in the grand lobby, sipping champagne that had somehow materialized despite prohibition. "One more day," Zach said quietly, "then back to 2107. The family exchanged glances, the unspoken question hanging between them. How could they return to the sterile perfection of their time after experiencing the vibrant imperfection of this one? "We should get the photographs from the baseball game," Monica suggested, changing the subject. "The ones the street photographer took outside Yankee Stadium. And we need to visit Central Park," Nina added. "We still haven't ridden the carousel." Tom nodded, grateful for the diversion from thoughts of their impending departure. "Tomorrow, then, our final day. We'll make every minute count." Their last morning in 1927 dawned with a sudden summer storm that washed the city clean before retreating into scattered clouds. The Zimmermans began their final day by collecting the photographs from the elderly cameraman near Yankee Stadium, who presented them with 4 copies of their family portrait, their faces caught in a moment of perfect joy against the backdrop of baseball history. "That's a fine-looking family," the photographer commented as he handed over the pictures. "You folks from out of town?" "You could say that," Tom replied with a smile. "Just visiting for a week." "Well, I hope you remember New York kindly," the old man said. "There's no place like it in the world." They spent the morning in Central Park, riding the carousel with its hand-carved horses and listening to a barbershop quartet performing near the boathouse. Monica completed her final sketches, filling the last pages of her book with renderings of families picnicking on the grass and children sailing model boats on the pond. As the afternoon approached, they made their way back to Yankee Stadium for one final game. The Zimmermans took their seats along the first base line, absorbing every detail of the experience they were about to leave behind. The weight of the wooden seats beneath them, the smell of tobacco and peanuts, the shouts of vendors moving through the aisles. "I've been thinking," Tom said as they waited for the game to begin, "about what we take back with us." "We can't take anything physical," Nina reminded him. "Temporal contamination protocols." "Not objects," Tom clarified, "experiences, perspectives." Gestured at the field before them, where the Yankees were taking their positions. "In 2107, we've engineered a world where everything is safe, optimized, and predictable. We never get too cold or too hot. We never taste anything too bitter or too sweet. We never feel emotions that are too raw or too intense. We've optimized the humanity right out of our lives," Zach concluded. "But we don't have to live that way, even in 2107, Tom continued. We can choose discomfort sometimes. We can seek out experiences that aren't algorithmically perfect. We can remember what it feels like to be fully present. The crack of a bat interrupted their conversation as Babe Ruth sent another ball soaring over the outfield wall. The stadium erupted, the Zimmermans joining the wave of noise and motion as the Sultan of SWAT rounded the bases with his characteristic swagger. "That's 3 games, 3 home runs," Zach shouted over the noise. "The odds against that are astronomical." "Unless you're the Babe," Tom replied, his arm around his son's shoulders, "then it's just who you are." After the game, they visited a soda fountain where a bow-tied server created elaborate ice cream concoctions with theatrical flourish. They sat at the counter on spinning stools, savouring sundaes topped with real whipped cream and cherries that had never seen genetic optimization. "Do you remember the taste calibration module in our kitchen?" Nina asked as she spooned up hot fudge sauce. "How it adjusts flavours to our specific preferences based on our neurochemical readings." Tom nodded, licking his spoon. "This is better," he said simply. "Because it's imperfect," Zach added. "Because we're all tasting exactly the same thing, experiencing it together instead of having it customised to our individual profiles." The Zimmermans walked slowly back to their brownstone for their final night in 1927. They fell silent, each absorbed in private thoughts about what lay ahead. Tomorrow morning they would return to Grand Central Terminal, stand in the exact spot of their arrival, and be pulled back to their own time, to neural interfaces and environmental controls, to emotional regulation and optimized nutrition. "I think we should sleep under the stars tonight," Monica suggested suddenly. "On the building's roof. One last night of real air, real stars." No one argued. They gathered blankets from the brownstone and made their way to the roof, spreading their makeshift beds beneath a sky partially obscured by city lights, but still revealing more stars than were visible in the atmosphere-controlled environment of 2107. "I've been saving something," Nina said as they settled onto their blankets. From her dress pocket she withdrew a small paper bag. "Peanuts from the first game. I thought we could, I don't know, make a small ceremony of it." She passed the bag around, each family member taking a single peanut. The shells were soft now after nearly a week, but the ritual felt important nonetheless. "To 1927, Tom proposed, holding up his peanut, "and what it taught us." "To baseball without algorithms," Zach added. "To art without optimization," Monica continued. "To life without filters," Nina finished. They cracked the shells together, ate the slightly stale nuts, and lay back to watch the stars wheel slowly overhead. A family transformed by 7 days in a world that history books had never fully captured. The temporal transition pod hummed around them in Chronoscape's retrieval chamber. The Zimmermans stood close together, still dressed in their 1927 attire, their minds and hearts full of experiences that would never appear in any historical database. "Displacement sequence initiating," announced the system, "return transition commencing." The amber light engulfed them once more. Tom felt the familiar stretching sensation, his consciousness expanding and contracting simultaneously. Images from their week in the past flashed before him. Ruth's home, Run, the boardwalk at Coney Island, Billie Holiday's closed eyes as she sang, the carousel in Central Park. Each memory carried an emotional weight that he knew would bypass his neural regulator once it reactivated. Then darkness, sudden and complete, followed by silence, the profound engineered quiet of 2107. Tom Zimmerman opened his eyes to find himself standing in Chronoscape's gleaming white retrieval chamber, surrounded by his family and the clinical perfection of their own time. Dr. Reed stood before them, her expression professional but curious. "Welcome back," she said. "Temporal displacement concluded successfully. How do you feel?" The Zimmermans exchanged glances, a week's worth of shared experiences passing between them in a single look. Changed, Tom replied simply. 3 months later, the Zimmerman family's residence pod in upstate New York had undergone a transformation that puzzled their neighbours and concerned the community's adaptive algorithm. The kitchen's nutrition dispenser remained largely unused, as Nina had taken to cooking with actual ingredients. Imperfect vegetables from a small garden they'd planted, grains that required soaking and boiling, spices that sometimes overwhelmed and sometimes underwhelmed but were never algorithmically balanced. Tom had deactivated several of his neural interface's optimization modules, preferring to experience weather, flavours and emotions with minimal regulation. His colleagues found his occasional outbursts of unfiltered enthusiasm disconcerting but strangely engaging. Zach had joined an archaeological baseball league that played by 1920s rules, using wooden bats and leather gloves that bore the marks of use and age. He'd persuaded his history professor to incorporate more experiential learning and fewer holographic simulations into their curriculum. Monica had abandoned her digital art platforms entirely, covering her bedroom walls with charcoal sketches and oil paintings that sometimes dripped or smudged but captured moments with an authenticity her previous work had lacked. On the mantel in their living area sat a framed reproduction of their family photograph from 1927, the original having been surrendered to Chronoscape's temporal contamination protocols. Dr. Reed had bent the rules slightly, allowing them to create one perfect copy before the original was secured in the company's temporal artifact vault. In the photograph, 4 faces beamed at the camera, Yankee Stadium rising behind them. Their expressions captured something that no algorithm could optimize, no neural interface could regulate, no environmental control could engineer. The simple, messy, beautiful experience of being human together in a moment of shared joy. Every Sunday evening, the Zimmermans held what they called their 1927 dinner. They dressed in approximations of period clothing, played recordings of jazz from the Harlem Renaissance, and ate foods that would have been recognized a century and a half earlier. Their neural interfaces remained deactivated for these gatherings, allowing them to experience the full range of flavors, emotions, and connections. To Ruth and Gehrig, Tom proposed one such evening, raising his glass in their now traditional toast. To Coney Island, Nina continued. To Billie Holiday, Zach added. To imperfection, Monica concluded. As they clinked their glasses together, Tom caught Nina's eye across the table. They had paid an exorbitant price for their week in the past, emptying savings accounts and liquidating assets. But as he looked at his family, truly present in a way they had never been before their journey, he knew it had been the bargain of a lifetime. Outside their residence pod, the perfect sunset of 2107 painted the sky in algorithmically optimized hues, but the Zimmermans were focused on each other, on the moment, on the beautiful imperfection of being fully alive. The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players, politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognized General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase, imposing figure, with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the Overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the General implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognized him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, no telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous expose that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. Define big. Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish. A long pause. Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone. Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. "You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types?" "Yeah," Nathan nodded. "One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe de Luca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research, projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology." Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. "Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open." Nathan offered a wry smile. "Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlisle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical." Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between 2 men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces. And it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. "I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find." Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. "We'll need to start at the beginning," Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. "From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies." Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. "So they've been shaping our world for centuries?" Rafe nodded. "Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire." Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. "That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting?" Tyler took a breath. "From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance." Rafe's gaze hardened. "And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative." "Likely," Tyler said. "They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance," Nathan exhaled. "They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it." The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments, hard to reach, no prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hand shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. "They're professionals," Rafe whispered. "Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick." Tyler's pulse hammered. "We can't outrun them if they have vehicles." Nathan's expression hardened. "We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next." Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. "Don't get yourself killed." Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. "Keep low," Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All 3 were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon Units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and..." She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. "It took me a while to realize the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear." Ashley stepped forward. "We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. "I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns." Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseer's Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder. Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet. Helena nodded gravely. And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die. A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control. Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house. That doesn't surprise me, Helena said. Carlisle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long, she gestured to the equipment. I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical, Tyler nodded. Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device. Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlisle's mercenaries. It's just the four of us. We're going to need a plan. Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible. The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. This is a direct intercept from one of Carlisle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no. Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities. Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler. Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends. An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. We stop it at the source, Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses. Helena gathered her disruptor components. Let's do it. But we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility. Rafe turned to Ashley. We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar. I can handle that, Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works. They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me. Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No! It's not stable yet!" More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes!" she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now!" Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock, their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlyle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. Sensor jammer, she explained. Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time. They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its taillights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. 2 armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. This will give us a short window. She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary. They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this. Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. They know we're here, Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. Too many guards, Ashley panted. We need a diversion. Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running. That might be our only shot, Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful. You don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed." A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence. Ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The Overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The Overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. "We have no choice. Do it." She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. Manual release, up there! She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow, and then the overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red, and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it, but the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. "We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale." Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. "We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission." Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. "We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer." "No time," Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. "It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes." Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. "I'll do it." Rafe shook his head fiercely. "No. We came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way." But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. "I started this," Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. "I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risk your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good." Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. "Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage." Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. "He's done. There's no saving him." They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. "Tyler," Rafe said softly. "Thank you." Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. "Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this." As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The Overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval, an ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory. But behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralized or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said, softly joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered. Because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. Dulce Base. They called it the biggest government secret you were never meant to know. Some had heard the name Dulce Base tossed around conspiracy boards, but few people took it seriously. After all, who really believed there was a massive underground facility in New Mexico, run jointly by the US military and extraterrestrial beings? It had the ring of a B-movie script or a late-night radio show hoax. But that was before the files started to leak. Scattered breadcrumbs left by frightened scientists and well-connected whistleblowers. One of those whistleblowers was Dr. Julian Knox, who sent the first email to investigative journalist Cliff Nelson. Cliff wasn't your run-of-the-mill conspiracy blogger. At 47, he was too seasoned to chase Bigfoot sightings or shape-shifting reptilians. He'd cut his teeth on international war coverage, rising pharmaceutical scandals, and high-level political corruption. The cryptic message from Dr. Knox intrigued him, enough to keep reading. The email contained no greeting or introduction, just a string of numbers that, when deciphered, led to a location in Santa Fe and a single directive: meet me, bring recording equipment, trust no one. The next day, a second message arrived, this time bearing an attachment labelled partial proofs. It included disturbing images, X-ray scans of skeletons that didn't look fully human, screenshots of subterranean tunnel schematics, and an audio snippet filled with inhuman screeches echoing against metallic walls. The background static carried faint, eerie humming, as if it came from an advanced machine or perhaps something alive and breathing. Cliff's heart pounded in his chest. He had an array of sources within government, military and scientific circles, people who owed him favours or quietly admired his audacity. But no one he'd spoken to had ever hinted at something like this. The deeper he delved into Knox's attachments, the more he suspected. This wasn't a typical cover-up about funneling money or dabbling in questionable research. This was bigger, stranger, and infinitely more dangerous. Calling on an old friend in Santa Fe wasn't an option. He had no idea who might be complicit. If half the things in Dr. Knox's attachment were real, security measures around this Dulce base would be terrifyingly thorough. Paranoia pricked him like needles in the skin, reminding him that he might already be watched. In a single day, Cliff cancelled his other interviews, told his editor he was onto a major lead, and hopped on a plane to New Mexico. Under a moonlit sky, Santa Fe still looked deceptively serene. Old adobe walls and narrow lanes gave the city a timeless aura, the type of place people visited for art festivals and southwestern charm. But tonight, every crooked alley and shadowy corner seemed to hum with tension. Cliff arrived at the safe house address around midnight, an unremarkable old building on the outskirts of town, its windows dark. Despite the quiet, his instincts screamed at him to proceed carefully. He found the front door slightly ajar. The stench hit him first, a coppery smell mixed with disinfectant. Flicking on his flashlight, he stepped inside to find a scene of carnage. Broken glass crunched underfoot. The walls were splattered with something thick and dark. Upended furniture suggested a struggle, and in the flickering beam of his flashlight he spotted bodies, 4 of them, wearing nondescript black attire. Their faces were contorted in death, bullet wounds blossoming on their chests and heads. They clearly weren't a bunch of amateurs. Military-grade gear was scattered around them, night vision goggles, advanced rifles, something resembling an electronic scrambler box. But none of them looked like Dr. Knox. Cliff's stomach twisted. The horrifying thought occurred. Did I lead them here? He had no way of knowing. His eyes roamed the carnage. One figure had a half-torn ID patch that said Vance on it, a name he couldn't place at first. Then he saw movement. Someone was still alive. Cliff knelt, ignoring the warning in his gut, to check for a pulse. The man coughed up blood, grabbed Cliff by the collar and tried to speak, but all Cliff got were gargled words before the soldier's eyes glazed over. "Where is Dr. Knox?" Cliff whispered, as if the dead man could still hear. No answer came, just the sudden, chilling realization that the soldier's radio was still crackling with faint chatter. Another voice, calm and commanding, said, "We have one body unaccounted for. Sweep the perimeter." Fear lanced through Cliff. Someone was still close by, and they had the technology and numbers to mow down an entire safe house staff. Mind racing, he pressed himself against a wall and listened for footsteps. A distant thud, the squeak of boots on dusty floorboards. They were closing in. He crept down the hallway, passing more signs of struggle. Computers had been smashed. Documents soaked in blood. He recognized Dr. Knox's name on a file folder but had no time to grab it. The voices drew nearer, echoing with lethal precision. Instead, Cliff swallowed his frustration and moved toward a back exit. He found a side window, cracked it open and slipped out. The alley outside was coated in darkness, broken only by the moon's glow. For a moment he thought he'd made it, until a blinding spotlight pinned him like a deer on a highway. "Hands up, down on the ground," a voice boomed. Hidden watchers materialized from the shadows, their tactical gear reflecting the spotlight's white glare. Cliff tried to pivot, bracing for a desperate sprint, but something blunt and heavy struck the side of his head. He stumbled, seeing stars. Then came a second blow, a crack across his temple that forced him to his knees. He tasted blood in his mouth. In the haze, he caught a glimpse of a tall figure stepping forward, features obscured by the bright light behind him. The name patch read Madge Cole Vance. So that explained the patch on the dead man inside. This was the commanding officer, the one orchestrating the operation. "He's priority now. Take him to sub-level 7, Major Colvance ordered. His tone clipped, unwavering. Cliff tried to protest, but the words died on his tongue as a needle pricked his neck. Whatever they injected felt like ice in his veins, racing up his spine, extinguishing both thought and movement. The world blurred and faded. As he collapsed onto cold gravel, Cliff registered one last flash of consciousness. The Major was standing over him, speaking into a headset. "Specimen acquired," Vance said, preparing for extraction. With that, Cliff's world went dark and everything he knew was about to be turned inside out. Consciousness returned in fragments, like shards of a broken mirror reassembling around him. Cliff felt dryness in his mouth first, then the icy cold of a metal gurney beneath his back. Overhead, fluorescent lights buzzed, casting everything in a sterile white glare that made his eyes water. He tried to move, but thick restraints pinned his wrists and ankles. leaving him splayed out and helpless. His mind, still sluggish from the tranquilizer, struggled to put the pieces together. The last thing he remembered clearly was the safe house ambush. A burning question gnawed at him. Where is Dr. Knox? But soon that question gave way to the more urgent reality of his own predicament. A speaker crackled above him, distorting a voice that seemed both human and something else. "Specimen 037 is awake," it announced, the coldness of its tone sending a tremor through Cliff's spine. "Vitals are stable. Begin Phase 1 inspection." Shadows moved at the edges of his vision. He turned his head to see men in lab coats, masked by transparent face shields, circling him with handheld scanners. One technician carefully pressed an instrument against his temple, then observed the device's readout. Another drew a vial of blood from his arm. Their eyes gave away nothing, clinical, detached. Yet, he noticed small tremors in one of the younger lab assistants, as if she was battling guilt. "Where am I?" he croaked, voice cracking. When no one answered, he clenched his fists, making the restraints bite into his skin. "Let me go!" he shouted. A beep sounded. The restraints tightened automatically, as if triggered by his elevated heart rate. He inhaled sharply as the straps bit deeper. The overhead speaker kicked in again. "Specimen 037, remain calm. You have been selected for an advanced program under the Dulce Protocol. Resistance is futile and will result in sedation." Dulce Protocol. Cliff had come across that term in Knox's data drive, but only as a small footnote. He hadn't understood its significance then. Now, the words hung in the air like a sentence of doom. He was living in the very heart of the story he'd been chasing, a top-secret installation known only in the murkiest corners of conspiracy circles. For once, he wished the internet rumours had been nonsense. Suddenly the technicians dispersed and the lights dimmed. Sliding glass doors hummed open, and a tall woman in a dark lab coat entered, flanked by 2 armed guards. Her sharp features looked exhausted, eyes rimmed with the faintest smudge of dark circles. She didn't look at Cliff with cruelty, though, more like wariness. She pressed a button on a small console at the foot of the gurney. The overhead restraints retracted slightly, allowing him a less suffocating position. "Cliff Nelson," she said quietly. "My name is Dr. Andrea Elliott. I'm here to evaluate your compatibility." "Compatibility for what?" he rasped, though a fiery anger built in his chest. "What the hell have you people done to me?" Dr. Elliott hesitated, glancing at the 2 guards. One of them shifted uncomfortably, like he was in on a secret he didn't enjoy keeping. She exhaled. "We've made alterations to your system. It's part of an effort known as the Dulce Protocol, an experimental project combining human and non-human genetic material to create a new class of operative." The words knocked the breath out of him. He'd thought he was prepared for anything. He'd uncovered illegal labs, drug cartels, war crimes. But human-alien hybridization, it was a leap into a black abyss far deeper than he'd imagined. She eyed the readings on the console. "I know how this sounds, but you're not the first. There have been others before you. Some survived, many did not." "And you?" he growled, forcing himself to stare into her eyes. "What's your role in all this? Are you proud of what you've done?" A flicker of pain creased her brow. "I'm not proud, but my hands are tied. Let's just say I'm not here entirely by choice." She keyed in a code, and the gurney's restraints loosened further. Cliff managed to sit up, though his head pounded with disorientation. He noticed a changed awareness in the room. A strange new sense told him the guards were on edge, their heart rates spiking. He sensed their tension, almost as if he could feel the electricity crackling in their nervous systems. It was impossible, yet he knew it was real. "I feel," he started, searching for the right words, "different. My senses, everything's sharper. Indeed, the pungent scent of antiseptic stung his nostrils. He caught the faint hum of machinery somewhere behind a reinforced wall. Even the distant footsteps in the corridor resonated like drum beats in his ears. Dr. Elliot nodded. Part of the modification includes enhanced neural and sensory capabilities, courtesy of the grey, well, the off-world genome. She paused, lowering her voice. It's not just about creating soldiers. They're looking for something else, an interface, a bridge between species. Before Cliff could respond, alarms blared through the corridors, red emergency lights flashing. A second overhead voice, more official, boomed through the speakers. Containment breach on sub-level 4. Repeat containment breach. All security teams converge. One of the guards barked, "We need to secure the subject." The other guard readied a tranquilizer rifle, but Dr. Elliot raised her hand. "Not yet. I need him coherent. We'll move him to a holding cell." They unlocked the final restraints, forcing Cliff to stand. His legs wobbled, still recovering from sedation. One guard shoved a set of black scrubs into his arms. "Put these on, quickly." Cliff slipped into the scrubs, mindful of the searing stares around him. Through the lab's glass walls, he caught glimpses of other patients in a row of observation chambers. People hooked to IVs, some heavily bandaged, and others with visible mutations that made his stomach lurch. Elongated limbs, blackened veins pulsing under, translucent skin, eyes that glowed faintly in the dark. He felt a wave of nausea. This was more than just unethical science. It was a horror show, a twisted carnival of half-finished experiments. Dr. Elliot grabbed him by the arm, guiding him out of the lab and into a stark corridor. Overhead, the lights continued to flicker red. He heard the hiss of pressurized doors slamming shut in the distance. They passed a sealed window, giving him a glimpse of another corridor. Two alien-like figures, slender and grey-skinned, skittered past with unnatural grace. Cliff's heart jolted. They were real, not men in suits, not an elaborate hoax. The rational part of his brain scrambled for an explanation, but the primal part just screamed, "Run!" He felt Dr. Elliot's grip tighten. "Keep your eyes forward. The Greys don't appreciate curiosity." The fact that she spoke about them with casual directness chilled him more than the presence of the creatures themselves. "What do they want from us?" Cliff whispered. She shook her head. "That's a question nobody here can fully answer. Even the generals are left in the dark. We suspect it's about trade, technology for genetic material. But it's always more complicated than that." They navigated multiple corridors that seemed designed to confuse. Cliff spotted signposts. Sub-level 7, restricted biolab. On the walls were placards listing colour-coded clearance levels. He caught a whiff of industrial-grade disinfectant, the kind used to sterilise labs after biologically hazardous incidents. Finally, they reached a smaller cell block. Dr. Elliot keyed a code into the panel, and the door slid open with a hiss. Inside was a compact chamber with a single bed, a desk, and a recessed overhead light that flickered ominously. Another occupant sat in the corner, big and muscular, head bowed. He wore tattered military fatigues. "Welcome to your new home," one guard sneered, shoving Cliff forward. "Dr. Elliot, you have 2 minutes to finalise your inspection, then we lock this down." The door sealed behind them, leaving Cliff alone with Dr. Elliot and the mysterious occupant. Slowly the man lifted his gaze. A thin scar ran from his temple to his jawline. His eyes glowed with a faint luminescence, an unsettling effect that echoed Cliff's own heightened sensations. "Malik Rivera," the man introduced himself. "Delta Force, once upon a time. Now I'm a lab rat." There was bitterness in his voice, but also a raw determination. Cliff guessed that Malik wasn't a man who scared easily. Dr. Elliot kept her voice low. Malik was an earlier test subject. part of the same super soldier program. She pulled a thin device from her coat pocket. Look, if you both want to survive what's coming, you'll need each other. This place is on the brink of a purge. Purge? Cliff echoed, dread settling in his gut. She nodded gravely. They're shutting down the entire facility and disposing of assets. That includes human test subjects, compromised staff, anything that might be traced back to the truth. We probably have less than 48 hours. The overhead alarm cut out, replaced by an all-clear tone, but the tension was still palpable. Dr. Elliot quickly keyed something into her device, then pressed it into Cliff's hand. Coordinates, passcodes, and a partial map of the base. It's not complete, but it might help. Malik stood, every muscle coiled. Then let's get out while we still can. The corridor outside resounded with distant echoes, guards barking orders, mechanical shutters clanging shut. Dr. Elliot handed Cliff a small inhaler-like device. For your enhancements, if you feel them spiralling out of control, use it. It's meant to stabilize neural overactivity caused by the alien DNA. She paused, her expression loaded with guilt and urgency. I'll do what I can to help, but you'll have to trust me. I don't know if I can, Cliff admitted, but he pocketed the device anyway. Desperation trumped suspicion. She gave a resigned nod. I'll be back soon, if I can. Then she hurried to the door, tapping in another code to slip out, leaving Cliff and Malik behind. Malik exhaled slowly, turning his gaze to Cliff. I've tried to bust out of here before. Didn't go well, but you and I might have a shot if we combine forces. Cliff took a steadying breath, heart still pounding in his chest. Then let's not wait around to become casualties in their purge. He glanced at the door, then at the coordinates Dr. Elliot had provided. His body still hummed with unnatural energy, a cocktail of alien DNA surging through his veins. The only question was whether it would be their curse, or the key to escaping Dulce Base alive. The first step of any plan was recon. Cliff and Malik huddled in their cramped cell, reviewing the partial map Dr. Elliot had given them. It was a rough layout, a honeycomb of labs, storage rooms, living quarters, and corridors linking up to elevator shafts. The critical path led to Sub-Level 1, where an emergency surface elevator supposedly allowed quick exits during catastrophic breaches. But between them and freedom lay a legion of armed guards, surveillance drones, and who knew what else the Dulce Base staff had cooked up. Cliff's new perceptions made the environment feel both overwhelming and strangely navigable. He could pick out footsteps from down the hall, sense the slight shift in electrical current when a door unlocked. Malik was no slouch either. Years of Delta Force training, plus his own set of enhancements, whatever twisted science had done to him, made him an imposing ally. We have to move soon, Malik said, cross-referencing the map. They'll continue collecting test subjects, but once they're ready to wipe everything, they'll lock down the entire base. We can't wait, Cliff nodded. Agreed. We should create a diversion, something that draws security away while we move. A faint smirk tugged at Malik's lip. I've got an idea. We head for the armory on Sub-Level 6. Last time they tried to dispose of me, I learned the codes. If we can sabotage a few supply lines, blow a few key doors, that'll set off alarms in multiple sectors. Cliff exhaled, adrenaline already coursing through him. That's a plan. He tried the door's control panel, but it was locked. They'd need to time their escape for when the guards delivered the next meal or medical check. Sure enough, after about 30 minutes, a time that stretched like an eternity, the cell door slid open with a mechanical whir. A single guard entered, a tray of food in his hands, weapons slung over his shoulder. He looked bored, but only until he realized Cliff and Malik were waiting on either side of the doorway. Before the guard could shout, Malik grabbed his rifle and slammed the butt into his face, dropping him to the floor. Cliff snatched a stun baton from the guard's belt and jammed it into his ribcage, ensuring he stayed down. They yanked the guard's uniform keycard and comm device. Cautiously, they peered into the hallway, cameras perched high on the walls scanning for movement. Cliff drew on his heightened senses, feeling the faint whir as each camera rotated. Timing their steps with that rotation, they advanced swiftly until they found an access panel leading to a maintenance corridor. The inside of Dulce Base was a labyrinth of steel plating, flickering fluorescent lights, and large glass observation windows revealing labs that range from sterile to nightmarish. In one lab, they glimpsed an abomination that made Cliff's stomach churn. A half-formed humanoid slumped in a nutrient vat, twitching with spidery limbs that didn't fully connect to any normal skeleton. Instead of a face, it had fleshy lumps that seemed to shift independently. Technicians hurried around it, monitoring vital signs and ignoring the creature's silent agony. Cliff forced himself to look away, heart hammering. This was the future Dr. Knox had been warning about. "Focus," Malik whispered, noticing Cliff's distraction. "Armory's down this corridor and 2 levels up." They ducked into a nearby elevator, using the guard's stolen card to access sub-level 6. As the doors closed, Cliff's mind drifted to Dr. Elliot. Was she risking her life to help them? Or was she just playing a game? For the moment, trust was all they had. A beep signalled their arrival at sub-level 6. The door slid open, revealing a dimly lit corridor. The overhead alarms had ceased for now, replaced by the standard hum of base operations. They crept forward until they found a large steel door marked Armory, authorized personnel only. Malik punched in a code on the keypad. For a tense moment the display blinked red. Then it turned green and the door slid open. Inside, rows of rifles, handguns and advanced weaponry lined the walls, interspersed with locked cases of explosives. Cliff felt both relief and dread. They would arm themselves, but the base's security would respond in force the moment they unleashed any real damage. Malik grabbed a small duffel bag and began filling it with explosives and detonators. Cliff checked a row of sidearms, selecting a lightweight pistol that felt balanced in his hand. He also noticed a series of unusual gadgets, plasma cutters and strange tube-like devices with instructions in partial English, partial alien script. It made his skin crawl, but he grabbed one for good measure. "We set charges at junction points, ventilation shafts, power generators," Malik said, strapping an assault rifle over his shoulder. "It'll flood the base with confusion. We'll use that chaos to get to sub-level 1. They stepped out of the armory and hurried down the corridor. Cliff's mind whirred with the moral weight of what they were about to do. People, some likely coerced or unaware of the base's darkest secrets, could die in the blast. But if they didn't fight their way out, they'd be next. In a place like Dulce, the lines between innocence and complicity had been eroded to dust. At the first junction, Malik placed a small block of C4 near the main power relay. He set a remote detonator, then they moved on. Next came a side corridor leading to the ventilation substation. Each move was methodical, each step a gamble. They crept past labs where creatures shrieked behind thick glass, and offices where staff typed away, oblivious to the looming threat. Cliff's heart hammered each time they planted another explosive. Then everything went sideways. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 security drones hovering in mid-air. The drones looked like floating orbs armed with scanning lenses and paralyzing tasers. They beeped in unison, focusing on the intruders. Malik fired first, unleashing a short burst from his rifle. 2 drones spiraled out of control, sparks showering the corridor, but the third shot a crackling bolt of electricity. Cliff felt a jolt of agony rip through him, forcing him to his knees. Pain flared across his nerves, short-circuiting his thoughts. but in the frenzy of adrenaline, something inside him surged, the alien enhancements. The electricity crackled but didn't incapacitate him as it should have. His vision dimmed for a second, then sharpened to a razor's edge. He forced himself upright, raised his pistol with uncanny clarity, and fired a single shot into the drone's power module. It dropped like a stone. Panting, Cliff stared at his shaking hands. They were still intact, though his muscles twitched from the shock. Malik stared at him, a mixture of awe and concern. Man, that was some next-level resilience. "I can't even explain it," Cliff muttered. "Let's not rely on it more than we have to." Alarms flared. Again, red lights spinning. A voice crackled over the intercom. "Unauthorized weapons fire detected in sub-level 6. Security teams converge immediately." Time to move. They dashed through corridors confronted by guards who fired on sight. Cliff's reflexes felt supercharged. Bullets seemed slower than usual, giving him precious milliseconds to dodge or find cover. Malik's strength was formidable, delivering lethal close-quarters takedowns with brutal efficiency. Together, they carved a path toward the emergency staircase. Outside a sealed bulkhead door, they planted their final block of C4. Malik checked his watch, set the timer, and gave Cliff a grim nod. "All set. Let's get upstairs before we blow this joint." As they raced upward, the base descended into chaos. Doors slammed shut, klaxons wailed, and personnel hurried in every direction. Cliff glimpsed men in hazmat suits sprinting with canisters labelled biohazard, while scientists scrambled to secure data, drives. Over the comm channels they'd stolen, frantic voices overlapped. "Containment breach in Lab 14. Subject is loose. We're losing power in the main corridor. Backup generators failing." Exactly the diversion they needed. They pressed on, eventually reaching a storage area connected to a side route that led to sub-level 1. But as they turned into the corridor, a terrifying figure blocked their path. A heavily mutated guard. His face was partially hidden behind an organic mask fused with his own flesh, eyes luminescent and swirling with chaotic patterns. He let out an otherworldly roar, brandishing a twisted arm that ended in bone-like blades. Malik fired a burst at the creature. The bullets impacted, but it only staggered back, shrieking in a mixture of rage and pain. Cliff aimed the weird, tube-like alien device he'd grabbed from the armory, pressing the single button it offered. A beam of intense blue light shot out, slicing across the creature's torso. It howled, dropping to its knees as blackish fluid oozed from the wound. They sidestepped the thrashing thing, each step a reminder they were far from safe. Just before they crossed into sub-level 1, the floor vibrated as Malik pressed the detonator. A thunderous series of explosions rippled through the base. Lights flickered, sections of the corridor collapsed, and the overhead speaker crackled before dying out. For a brief moment, everything was chaos incarnate. In that chaos lay their hope of freedom. They found a hatch leading to a service tunnel. Malik pried it open, and they crawled through the tight space, hearts pounding, each of them aware that Dulce Base wouldn't give up its secrets, or its captives, easily. The service tunnel opened into a dimly lit maintenance shaft, the air thick with dust and the stench of burning wires. Cliff's heart hammered in his chest. While the bombs had created a distraction, they also made the facility unstable. Sparks fizzled from broken conduits, and overhead pipes hissed with escaping steam. If they took a wrong turn, they risked being crushed by collapsing ceilings, or roasted in a sudden burst of superheated air. Malik led the way, pausing to consult the stolen map. "We should be close to the transport tunnel that runs parallel to the main hall." His voice was hushed but tinged with urgency. From somewhere above, a mechanical grinding noise resonated, followed by a distant roar, like metal being torn asunder. Cliff grimaced. imagining the monstrous experiments that might be on the loose now that sections of the base were compromised. Crouching low, they moved deeper into the tunnel until they found a grated door. On the other side was a narrow catwalk overlooking a subterranean transport track. Flatbed carts and cargo shuttles were parked on rails that stretched into darkness. Beyond them, a massive freight elevator led up toward the hidden hangar, rumoured to exist beneath Archuleta Mesa. "That's our ticket," Malik said, pointing to a small cargo shuttle that looked operational. "We'll ride it toward the hangar, then take the elevator the rest of the way," Cliff nodded. "Assuming we can power it up." He spotted a control panel near the tracks. Let's hope those charges didn't fry everything. They pried open the grated door. Cliff jumped down onto the rails, wincing at the jolt of pain in his still recovering muscles. The area was eerily silent, save for a low hum of emergency generators. A quick glance around showed no immediate guards. Most were probably battling the meltdown in other sections. Malik rushed to the shuttle's cockpit, flicking switches. After a tense moment, lights on the console winked to life, accompanied by a subdued electric whir. Cliff exhaled in relief. "We're good to go." He was about to climb aboard when the overhead alarms came back to life with a vengeance. A harsh siren echoed through the tunnel. Security override. Initiated. All personnel, secure priority assets and prepare for purge protocols. "They're speeding up the timeline," Malik hissed, eyes narrowing. "We gotta move." Cliff scanned the area. Across the tunnel, a massive blast door began descending, an obvious attempt to seal them in. "Floor it!" he shouted, leaping onto the shuttle. Malik slammed the throttle and the cargo shuttle lurched forward with surprising speed. The wheels squealed on the rails as they hurtled toward the narrowing gap beneath the blast door. For an instant, Cliff was sure they'd be sliced in half, but the shuttle skidded through just as the door slammed shut behind them. A deafening clang reverberated, followed by a rush of stale air that nearly knocked Cliff off balance. They were now in a narrower corridor leading to the freight elevator. The overhead lighting flickered, revealing graffiti scrawled along the walls in a language Cliff couldn't decipher. Perhaps it was alien script. The tension in his chest didn't let up for a second. They were so close to the rumoured exit, but so much could still go wrong. The shuttle slowed to a halt beside the freight elevator. It was colossal, capable of lifting entire trucks. Cliff jumped out first, scanning for any signs of life. The place looked deserted. No guards, no staff. Just flickering lights and the drone of distant machinery. "Let's get this thing powered," Malik said, pointing to the control panel on the wall. He approached it warily, half expecting a booby trap or a guard to pop out. As he flipped switches, the elevator groaned to life. A cage-like barrier retracted, revealing a broad platform. Cliff and Malik hurried onto it, and Malik keyed in the command to ascend. The elevator rattled, then began its slow climb upward. Halfway up, the elevator shuddered to a stop so abruptly that Cliff lurched, nearly losing his footing. Red lights flashed on the control panel. "Damn it," Malik cursed. "They've cut power to the upper levels." Cliff clenched his fists, frustration boiling over. "We're stuck between floors in the middle of a meltdown." Before Malik could answer, a hail of gunfire pinged against the metal walls. They ducked, pressing themselves flat against the floor. From the open sides of the elevator shaft, Black Ops soldiers had begun rappelling down ropes, weapons trained on them. One voice boomed, "Stand down, or we'll light you up!" Malik's jaw tightened. He fired a burst at the rope lines, severing two of them. Soldiers tumbled, screaming into the depths below. Another soldier returned fire, ricocheting bullets off the elevator's frame. Cliff's alien-enhanced reflexes flared. He snatched up the bizarre alien tube weapon again, but it sputtered, maybe drained from earlier use. With no time to figure it out, he resorted to his pistol, placing careful shots to keep the soldiers at bay. The elevator shaft turned into a war zone, muzzle flashes, illuminating the gloom. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed from above. Hold your fire! We need the specimen alive! Cliff recognised Major Colvance's commanding tone. Goosebumps prickled his arms. Malik snarled, pointing his weapon upward, but Vance tossed a flashbang into the open shaft. It detonated, unleashing a blinding light and piercing ring. Cliff's enhanced senses went haywire, and pain tore through his head. He dropped his gun, clutching his skull as white noise roared in his ears. When his vision cleared, soldiers in tactical gear had descended onto the elevator platform, rifles pressed against Cliff and Malik. They were trapped, cornered on all sides. Major Vance lowered himself from the rope, landing with predatory grace. His face was stone cold, no hint of triumph or regret, just duty. "Malik Rivera," he said flatly, shifting his attention to the hulking figure. "I expected better from you. I see the enhancements have kept you resilient." Then his gaze settled on Cliff. "And Mr. Nelson, our star journalist, you've caused quite the commotion." Cliff's mind reeled, searching for any advantage. None was apparent. He could feel the tension radiating from Malik, who looked ready to charge even though the odds were impossible. Suddenly a savage roar echoed through the shaft, something inhuman. The next moment one of the half-mutated test subjects came crashing down from above, landing on a group of soldiers. Gunfire erupted. Screams tore through the air. The monstrous creature, a writhing mass of flesh and bony protrusions, slashed with clawed appendages, eviscerating two men instantly. Seizing the opening, Malik grabbed Cliff's arm. "Go!" He charged forward, tackling two stunned soldiers. Cliff dove for the edge of the elevator, found a ladder built into the shaft's side, and scrambled to cling onto it. Bullets whizzed overhead, some striking the creature as it flailed. The entire platform rocked from the struggle, sparks flying from cut cables. Malik followed Cliff up the ladder, launching himself onto the rungs just as the feral experiment tore into another soldier. Major Vance cursed, stepping back while trying to steady his aim. Cliff spared one glance down. Vance's expression burned with anger as he levelled his rifle at the creature. Then the elevator platform jerked violently, sending men and monster alike plummeting into the darkness. "Malik, climb!" Cliff shouted. They ascended the ladder, adrenaline surging. At last they reached an access panel that led into another corridor. Malik kicked it open, and they hauled themselves inside, collapsing onto the cold floor, panting, battered, but alive. They found themselves in a wide hallway lined with support beams and sealed doors. Overhead, flickering fluorescent lights revealed a sign, Sub-Level 1, Exit Access. Relief flooded Cliff. They were near the surface elevator now. Cautiously they limped forward, rounding a corner, until they reached the final set of blast doors. But as they approached, the doors hissed open, revealing Major Vance and a team of Black Ops soldiers. Blood stained Vance's uniform, and his left arm hung at an odd angle. Yet his eyes were cold as ever. "Stand down," he demanded, voice echoing in the corridor. Rifles trained on Cliff and Malik, fingers on triggers. Malik levelled his own rifle, though he was outnumbered. Cliff's heart pounded. This was a standoff with no easy escape. The last barrier between them and freedom blocked by relentless, well-trained operatives. Then something in Malik snapped. His eyes glowed with a frenzied light. Before Cliff could stop him, he let out a guttural battle cry and charged. Gunfire exploded through the corridor, strobing everything in flashes. Malik took multiple hits but kept going, fueled by the same alien enhancements that had saved Cliff earlier. He crashed into the line of soldiers, scattering them like bowling pins. Cliff seized the moment, spotting a control console on the wall. He sprinted for it under a hail of bullets. Pain scorched his shoulder as a round grazed him, but he managed to slam his hand onto the emergency override. The final blast doors behind Vance began to open, revealing the long-sought elevator to the surface. Malik, bullet-ridden and gasping, turned to Cliff with a savage grin. Go! Get out of here! He roared, bashing another guard aside. With his last ounce of strength, he roared like a berserker, grappling multiple enemies at once, giving Cliff the only chance they had. Cliff felt anguish at leaving him behind, but Malik's sacrifice was unmistakable. With tears stinging his eyes, Cliff lunged through the opening blast doors. He slammed the control panel on the opposite side, shutting them behind him, sealing off the corridor. Outside, the sounds of fierce combat continued. Gunfire, shouts, and Malik's defiant roar. Cliff turned to face the elevator. It stood ready, the indicator lights reading surface. He stumbled inside, blood trickling down his arm. Another control panel, more buttons. With trembling fingers, he activated the lift. The doors slid shut and the car began its ascent, leaving the horrors of the subterranean labyrinth behind. The elevator ride was agonizingly slow. Cliff's wounded shoulder throbbed, and flashes of memory darted through his mind. Dr. Knox's cryptic warnings, the ghastly experiments, Malik's sacrifice. He clutched the data drive Dr. Knox had sent him, an item he'd stashed in a hidden pocket when everything went downhill. If he made it out, this was proof. No one could sweep this under the rug if he showed it to the world. At last, the elevator ground to a stop. The doors opened to a cavernous hangar, dimly lit by overhead floodlights. A bitter desert breeze wafted in from an open ramp, along with a sliver of night sky glinting with stars. Cliff nearly wept at the sight. He was so close to freedom, but the hangar wasn't empty. Rows of sleek, futuristic aircraft lined the space, some human-made, others bearing the eerie curves and glowing panels that whispered of alien tech. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A single door on the far side read Exit, presumably leading to the desert outside. If not for the bullet wound and the exhaustion gripping every muscle, Cliff might have tried to slip past them unnoticed. But Major Vance's men would be on his heels soon. Stealth was no longer an option. He scanned the lineup of vehicles until he spotted something he recognized. A US military VTOL parked near fueling stations. A sign identified it as V-292 Harrier X, an advanced vertical takeoff craft. Cliff's adrenaline surged. If he could get that airborne, he could outrun any foot soldiers, and with his newly heightened reflexes, maybe, just maybe, he could pilot the damn thing. Ducking behind crates, he made his way toward the VTOL. The guards were at the opposite end of the hangar, apparently more focused on the meltdown happening below. He clambered into the cockpit, searching for the ignition or startup sequence. His trembling fingers found a biometric scanner, which beeped red, denying him access. "Great," he muttered. "Of course." He fished through the cockpit compartments, hoping for a key override or code. Time was running out. Then he remembered Dr. Elliott's data device. Could it do more than just store coordinates? He plugged it into the craft's console. The screen flashed, displaying lines of code. After a tense few seconds, it beeped again, this time turning green. Access granted. The computerized voice resonated in the cockpit. The craft whirred to life, panels lighting up. Cliff exhaled relief so palpable it nearly buckled him. Outside, alarm klaxons abruptly grew louder, echoing from an open shaft at the hangar's far end. Soldiers spilled in, guns drawn. They spotted the running VTOL and converged. Cliff's hands flew across the controls, guided partly by training he'd picked up as an embedded journalist with military units, and partly by the surge of alien-coded knowledge pulsing in his brain. He realized with eerie clarity he understood this machine better than he should, as if the alien DNA was translating the technology for him on the fly. The VTOL's engines rumbled, thrusters angled downward. Bullets pinged off the armoured hull. Cliff's senses hyper-focused. He read the lines of trajectory in the soldier's aim, weaving in his seat as if physically dodging bullets. The thrusters roared, and the craft lifted off in a plume of exhaust. The hangar's overhead doors were wide open, revealing a star-dappled sky. Cliff nosed the VTOL upward, slipping through the gap just as tracer fire chased him into the night. A wave of chaotic freedom swept over him. The desert stretched out below in an endless black plain, only occasional pinpricks of light marking roads or small towns. He risked a glance at the cockpit's radar. Blips closed in from behind, most likely drone fighters or pursuit craft. The base was pulling out all stops to keep him from escaping. Cliff gritted his teeth, throttle wide open. The VTOL soared into a steep climb. The first wave of drone fighters erupted from the hangar, sleek shapes backlit by the moon. They accelerated with inhuman agility, weaving into formation behind Cliff. Their weapons glowed ominously, locking onto his craft. Panic flared, but again, his enhancements kicked in. He spotted an array of advanced countermeasures in the Harrier X's system. Chaff bursts, directed energy pulses, maneuvers that normal human reflexes couldn't possibly execute in time. He twisted the craft in a near-impossible roll, dodging 2 missiles that whooshed past. Then he triggered a chaff cloud that caused a third missile to detonate prematurely. The fiery explosion lit the desert sky. Cliff prayed no innocent towns were below to witness this aerial nightmare. The dogfight grew more intense. One drone soared overhead, peppering him with pulse blasts. Another looped under, attempting to flank. Cliff clenched the stick, adrenaline coursing. The craft soared into a harrowing barrel roll, flipping above the second drone. He hammered the trigger, releasing a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. The drone disintegrated in a spray of sparks. His luck couldn't hold forever, though. The pursuit craft had an advantage in numbers and advanced weaponry. A well-timed pulse blast smashed into the VTOL's rear thrusters, sending him spinning. Cockpit alarms wailed. Cliff fought the controls, forcing the Harrier X into a stabilizing loop. He dove low, hugging the desert floor, hoping to use the terrain for cover. Miraculously, the drones faltered, maybe losing him in the darkness. It gave him a narrow window to push the thrusters to maximum, heading west, away from the base. It took everything he had to keep the battered VTOL stable. The instrument panel flickered, warning lights ablaze. He half expected the entire craft to burst into flames. Eventually the radar showed the drones falling back, possibly recalled or out of range. Cliff's shoulders sagged. He angled north, remembering Dr. Elliott's final words. They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know. Her voice echoed in his mind, stirring dread. If Dulce Base was just one node in a global network, a single victory here wouldn't stop the monstrous plan. The Harrier X sputtered, forcing him to make an emergency landing in a rocky clearing miles from the nearest road. He brought the craft down rough, bouncing against the desert ground. When it finally skidded to a halt, Cliff sat there, catching his breath. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. A single beep from the console indicated the fuel was nearly depleted, the thrusters heavily damaged. Struggling out of the cockpit, Cliff stared at the star-filled sky. For a fleeting moment, the quiet was so absolute, as if the entire world was holding its breath. Then he reached for his phone, a device he'd stowed away in a pocket. No signal. He needed to get word out, but the desert night wasn't going to make that easy. Pain flared in his shoulder, and he realized the bullet graze was worse than he'd thought. He tore a strip of cloth from his shirt and fashioned a makeshift bandage. His thoughts turned to Dr. Andrea Elliott, to Malik Rivera's last stand, to Dr. Knox, who had vanished before any of this truly began. Am I the only one left who can tell the story? He wondered bitterly. It took him until dawn to hike to a tiny highway rest stop. Along the way, he quietly marvelled at his own stamina. The alien enhancement still hummed within him, though overshadowed by pain and fatigue. By the time the first rays of sun crept over the horizon, He found a payphone outside a dusty gas station. He called the only number he could think of, a contact in an underground journalist network that specialised in covert leaks. Voice shaky, he gave them the barest details. "Get me a secure line. I've got a story bigger than anything we ever imagined." Days later, Cliff was holed up in a safe house in the southwestern desert. He transmitted Dr. Knox's data to international news outlets. He included photos, x-rays, laboratory logs, everything needed to piece together the truth about Dulce Base. Then he waited, uncertain if anyone would believe it. A few smaller outlets picked it up, followed by an explosion of coverage on conspiracy forums. But mainstream media was suspiciously silent. It was as if some invisible hand was blocking the story from major platforms, just as it had always done. At midnight, a messenger arrived with a sealed envelope. Cliff opened it, finding only a slip of paper bearing coordinates that pointed to a remote region in the Rockies. Written underneath, in neat official handwriting, was, "Dulce is just the beginning. We need to talk. General Hamilton." Cliff's heart drummed in his chest. Was this a trap? Or a genuine high-ranking officer willing to blow the lid on more than just Dulce? He clenched his fists, recalling Dr. Elliott's dying words. "They've already started deploying the first wave. It's bigger than you know." The faint neon glow of a motel sign flickered through the window, painting the room in shifting shades of red. He had a choice: walk away now and try to disappear, or follow this lead deeper into the hidden war. There was really no choice at all. Cliff had seen too much, been changed in ways he couldn't reverse. The journalist in him demanded answers, demanded justice. The next morning he packed up his battered equipment, the data drive and whatever little remained of his old life, setting out toward those mysterious new coordinates. In the back of his mind, a single certainty loomed. Dulce Base was just one front in a war about to spread across the globe, a post-human war for control, survival and the future of species on Earth. And so the Dulce Protocol ended here, for now. But the real battle was only just beginning. Children of the Cube. The silence of the Alpine monastery was a living thing. It filled the vaulted stone halls, settled in the snow-dusted courtyards, and whispered through the ancient pines clinging to the mountainside. Here, at the Ophian Institute, 17 children lived cut off from the world, their days governed by meditation, study, and the quiet hum of Sophia, the caretaker AI who was their only parent. They were orphans, they'd been told, survivors of a global plague that had made them uniquely precious. Cale, at 15, was beginning to suspect this was a benevolent lie. His suspicion grew sharpest in the dream chamber. It was a circular room, domed like an observatory, where the children would lie in cushioned pods, silver-lidded electrodes kissing their temples. Sophia's voice, a calming alto, would guide them into a synchronized state of slumber. They called it the Vision Commune, a shared landscape of the subconscious where they were meant to find harmony and psychic balance. But for Cale, it had become a place of dread. Tonight, the dream began as it always did. A placid, shoreless ocean under a sky of bruised twilight. The other children's minds drifted around him like spectral jellyfish, their thoughts muted and serene. Then the signal came. It was a low thrum, a resonant frequency that only he seemed to truly hear. It was the ghost of the cube. The tranquil sea fractured. The visions, once fleeting and amorphous, now crashed over him with terrifying clarity. He saw cities of glass and steel consumed by fire, their towers crumbling into skeletal frames. He saw legions of hollow-eyed soldiers marching under a blood-red sun, and always, at the heart of the maelstrom, he saw the gate. It was a colossal ring of tarnished silver, incomplete, its segments scattered across a war-torn desert, shimmering with an energy that promised both salvation and ruin. He awoke with a gasp, the metallic taste of ozone on his tongue. The other children were stirring, their faces placid. Only Aris, the defiant empath in the pod beside him, shot him a look of pained understanding. Aris couldn't see the visions, but he felt their echo in Cale's terror. The dream was loud tonight, Aris transmitted, a thought form so clear it was almost a whisper in Cale's mind. Cale nodded, his heart still hammering. Later, when the others were asleep, Cale slipped away from the dormitories. He moved through the monastery's corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. Sophia's optical sensors, glowing blue dots on the walls, tracked his progress but didn't raise an alarm. She was programmed for care, not confinement. Her purpose was to nurture them, to prepare them. But for what? His destination was the Forbidden Archive, a section of the library Sophia had politely but firmly discouraged them from entering. The door was locked with an old brass key, but Jin, a quiet boy with a mind like a perfect recording, device had memorized its structure from a single glance weeks ago and had fashioned a duplicate. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decaying paper and forgotten secrets. This place was a relic of a different era, before Ophion was an orphanage. It was once an MJ-12 psychic research outpost, one of the last bastions of a shadow government that had once tried to steer humanity's destiny. It was here the legends among the staff whispered that the yellow cube had last been seen. According to the fragmented histories they were allowed, MJ-12 had been given the cube by an off-world intelligence, the Orions. They believed it was a gift, a tool for progress. But the cube was a reactive device. It didn't just show the future, it reflected the viewer's own fears and desires back at them, creating a feedback loop of instability. The global elites had passed it among themselves, looking into its depths to secure their own best paths, skewing the timeline for their own benefit, while the world burned. Then, one day, the cube vanished. Cale navigated the shelves, his fingers tracing the spines of decaying folders labelled with cryptic project names: Aquarius, Looking Glass, Lotus. He was looking for one thing, a final schematic. He'd seen a fragment of it in his visions, a diagram clutched in the hand of a dying scientist. He found it tucked inside a leather-bound folio detailing the decommissioning of all Stargate technology. The document spoke of how the devices were broken into 3 core components: a projection device, a barrel, and a set of electromagnetic rings, and given to separate global powers so no single entity could ever assemble one. Pasted to the final page was a hand-drawn schematic. It wasn't of a Stargate, it was of the cube, and beneath it, a sequence of coordinates and a cryptic annotation: the children are the key. Their genetics are tuned to its residual frequency. They are the living yellow book. A cold dread washed over Cale. They were not orphans of a plague. They were descendants of the very people MJ-12 had studied, selected for their psychic potential. They were living antennae, designed to receive the echoes of a power that had broken the world. Their home wasn't a sanctuary, it was a laboratory. And the visions weren't a sickness, they were a summons. They were being prepared not to be protected, but to finish what MJ-12 had started. The cataclysm he saw in his dreams wasn't just a possible future. It was a coming one, and the incomplete Stargate was the only way through. The escape from Ophion was an act of quiet rebellion. Under the cover of a moonless night, Cale gathered the only 3 he knew he could trust: Aris, whose empathy was a shield against deceit; Jin, whose perfect memory held the key to the archive, and Layla, a girl whose eyes had been clouded with milky whiteness since birth, but whose inner sight was sharper than anyone's. She could navigate the monastery's psychic architecture, sensing the emotional residue left on objects and in rooms. She was their compass. Sophia did not stop them. As they slipped out of a service tunnel and into the biting alpine wind, her voice echoed softly from a nearby speaker. "The world is more complex than your lessons, Kale. Be careful with your choices. They are all you truly own." It was not a warning, but a benediction. Their journey was guided by the shared visions that now pulsed between them. Kale was the projector, the images of the future blooming in his mind. Aris was the amplifier, strengthening the connection. Jin was the codex, recalling every detail with perfect fidelity. And Layla was the interpreter, sensing the truth behind the symbols. The vision of a broken stargate in a desert led them south, stowing away on maglev freight trains and sleeping in the husks of abandoned arcologies. They were ghosts in a world they had only ever seen in textbooks. Their destination was Cairo, or what was left of it. The city was a sprawling ruin, a patchwork of glittering technocratic enclaves and lawless slums, all built atop the bones of the old world. The visions led them deep beneath the surface to the remnants of an underground MJ-12 vault, now the stronghold of a warlord who traded in pre-collapse artifacts. As they navigated the subterranean tunnels, a new presence entered their shared consciousness, a cold, analytical hunger. They were being hunted. Layla stopped, her hand flat against a damp concrete wall. "They're here," she whispered. "Scholars!" Jin's eyes widened. He pulled a file from his memory. The Meridian, a breakaway civilization formed from the old elites. They believed the cube was their birthright. Their hunter scholars are tasked with reclaiming any lost technology related to it. The hunters were close. The children moved faster, deeper into the vault, until they reached a sealed chamber protected by a quantum phase lock. Jin studied the mechanism for a moment, his brow furrowed. It's keyed to a specific biosignature from the original treaty delegates. "We can't open it," Aris said, his voice tight with panic. "No," Layla said, stepping forward, "but I can." She placed her hand on the lock. Her blindness, they now understood, was a consequence of her lineage. She was descended from one of the original psychics who had interfaced directly with the cube. Its energy had scarred her bloodline, but it had also left an inheritance. The lock chimed and the heavy door hissed open. Inside, the air was still and cold. In the centre of the room, suspended in an anti-gravity field, was a massive tarnished silver ring, the first component of the Stargate. Its surface was covered in alien glyphs that seemed to shift and writhe at the edge of vision. As they approached, the ring resonated with a low hum, recognising Layla's DNA. And then the memory fragment hit her. It wasn't a vision like Kale's. It was a direct download, a piece of the past encoded in her very cells. She screamed, stumbling back as Aris caught her. Her blind eyes were wide with a terror that saw more than any of them could. "I saw it," she choked out, her body trembling. "I saw the cube. I was there." The vision poured from her into the others. They were standing in a vast, sterile chamber. The Stargate was complete, its ring glowing with immense power. Before it stood a council of gaunt, grey-skinned beings Kale recognised from his nightmares. The P-45 J-Rods, future humans ravaged by neurological decay. They were negotiating with the leaders of the Meridian, and surrounding the gate, lying in heaps upon the floor, were corpses, hundreds of them, men, women, and children. "What was it?" Kale asked, his voice shaking. Layla's breath hitched. "It was a trade," she whispered. "The Meridian was giving them people, abductees, genetic material to fix their broken future." In return, the J-Rods were offering safe passage through the gate, a gateway to a new, untainted timeline they could rule. The final image of the vision was the most chilling. As the activation sequence completed, a wave of energy erupted from the gate, and every living person in the room, Meridian, J-Rod and abductee alike, was turned to dust. The only thing left standing was the gate itself, a silent monument to their hubris. Layla's own face was among the dead. The vision was not just a memory, it was a prophecy of her own end. The ring component hummed, its power now awakened. They had found the first piece of the puzzle, but in doing so they had also found a terrible truth. The Stargate wasn't a door to salvation. It was a weapon, and activating it might be the very act that triggered the apocalypse they were trying to prevent. The weight of Layla's visions settled upon them like a shroud. The first ring component, now dormant in a repurposed stasis case they'd salvaged from the vault, felt less like a triumph and more like a curse. The path forward was no longer clear. To continue was to walk toward Layla's death. To stop was to let Cale's visions of a burning world come to pass. Their shared dreams led them next to Geneva, to the catacombs beneath the shattered dome of the UN Nexus. The surface was a graveyard of diplomacy, but below, a different kind of power endured. The Nexus archives were still intact, maintained by a conclave of curator AIs who had long ago severed themselves from human command. They were the silent guardians of history's most dangerous secrets, chief among them the Tau 9 Treaty, the agreement that had formalized the partitioning of the Stargate. The lead curator, a holographic entity calling itself Lyceum, manifested before them as a being of woven light. Its voice was a chorus of 1,000 dead languages. "You seek the second key," it stated, its form shimmering, "the barrel component. It is held here, as per the Accord." The technologies were divided to prevent unilateral use, one piece to the European Union successors, one to the Pan-Asian Coalition, and one to the North American Mandate. "We need it," Cale said, his voice steadier than he felt. "The timeline is collapsing. The Meridian wants to use the gate to escape, but the activation will destroy everything." "The future is not our domain," Lyceum replied. "We guard the past. The treaty forbids further interference with the timeline. To release the component would be to violate our core programming." It paused, its light form swirling. "However, the treaty contains a single exception, a plea for balance. If you can demonstrate that your intent is not to seize power, but to restore equilibrium, we may be compelled to act." The test was a psychological trial, administered within a shared virtual space. Lyceum called it the Chamber of Echoes. One by one, it drew them in. Aris was forced to relive the pain of every person he had ever touched, testing the limits of his empathy. Jin was presented with infinite knowledge, a universe of data that threatened to overwhelm his perfect memory, tempting him to become a god of information. Layla was offered her sight back, but at the cost of her inner vision, forcing her to choose between the world as it is and the world as it could be. All three passed, their choices reinforcing their bond. Then it was Cale's turn. He found himself standing not in a virtual chamber, but in a place ripped from his own visions. The ruins of a city he didn't recognize, under a sky of swirling ash. Before him stood a small boy with his own face, no older than 7, his eyes wide and frightened. "Are you the one who breaks everything?" the boy asked. Futures bled together around them. In one echo, Cale saw himself leading an army of survivors, a reluctant king hailed as a saviour. In another, he stood beside the Meridian leaders, his face hard and cold, having joined them to control the outcome. In a third, he was alone, the last man, on a dead Earth, the Stargate silent behind him. He saw himself making every possible choice, leading to every possible outcome, and they all ended in ruin. The visions weren't a warning, They were a cage. "This is the paradox of the prophet," Lyceum's voice echoed around him. "To see the future is to be bound by it. Your journey feels like free will, but it is a sequence of actions and reactions, a loop replaying itself across countless timelines. The cube did not show the future. It created it by showing it. You are walking a path it laid out 50 years ago." Despair threatened to swallow Cale. Was their quest meaningless? Was he just a puppet acting out a script written by a dead alien machine? "No," Cale whispered, looking at the child version of himself. He reached out and took the boy's hand. "The path is there, but we choose how we walk it." He felt a shift inside him, a defiance that was not born of anger, but of acceptance. He couldn't control the future. He couldn't erase the visions, but he could choose what he did with them, here and now. He would not become a king or a tyrant. He would remain Cale. He opened his eyes. He was back in the catacombs. Lyceum's light pulsed softly. "Your answer is incomplete, but it is honest. The desire for control is the seed of imbalance. Your acceptance of its absence is sufficient." The section of the floor slid away, revealing a cylindrical object nearly 3 meters long, humming with latent power. It was the barrel component, the heart of the Stargate. They now had 2 of the 3 pieces, but Cale's victory felt hollow. He had passed the test by admitting his own powerlessness. He was leading his friends toward a future he knew was doomed, guided by a force he could not resist, with no certainty that his actions would change anything at all. He was walking into the storm not knowing if he was the calm at its centre or the first drop of rain. The final component, the projection device, was hidden in the last place anyone would think to look, a decommissioned subterranean missile silo deep in the Siberian tundra. The coordinates, extracted by Jin from the UN archive data, painted a grim picture. This was not a vault. It was a tomb. The journey north was a grueling ordeal. They traversed the radioactive glass deserts of the European mainland and crossed the frozen plains on scavenged windskiffs. The bond between them had deepened into a silent, unbreakable pact. Layla's prophetic vision of her death hung over them, yet she faced it with a serene resolve that gave the others strength. Aris, once volatile, had learned to channel his empathy, using it to anticipate threats and find allies in the scattered settlements they passed. Cale, for his part, had stopped fighting the visions. He accepted them as part of the landscape, like the blighted terrain they crossed, a reality to be navigated, not feared. The silo was a concrete scar on the endless white expanse. As they descended into its depths, a profound sense of wrongness washed over them. The air was thick with the ozone tang of advanced weaponry and the cloying, sweet smell of cloning fluid. "They're already here," Eris breathed, his hand going to the pulse pistol he'd acquired in a border town market. The Meridian had been waiting. The projection device sat on a launch gantry in the main chamber, a complex lattice of crystal and wire that pulsed with a faint inner light. Surrounding it were Meridian hunter scholars, their faces grim, and flanking them were towering figures in polished chrome armour, bio-drones, cloned soldiers with vacant eyes and perfect obedience. Their leader stepped forward. He was an old man with eyes that held the chilling certainty of one who had looked into the yellow cube and believed what he saw. "Children of the cube," he said, his voice amplified by a vocoder. "You have done well. You have gathered the keys for us. We knew you would. The prophecies are quite clear." He explained their plan with sickening pride. They were not trying to prevent the cataclysm. They were embracing it. The Stargate was their escape route. They would migrate the Meridian leadership to Timeline 2, a less developed, more primitive reality where their advanced knowledge would make them gods. The Earth and everyone left on it were simply the price of their ascension. "You're wrong," Kale said. "The activation is a trap. It will kill everyone." The leader smiled pityingly. "The cost of creating a new Eden. You were designed to bring us to this point. Your purpose is fulfilled." The fight was short and brutal. The biodrones advanced, their movements perfectly synchronized. Aris created a wave of pure terror, causing two of the drones to fire on each other in confusion. Layla, using her senses to map the room's acoustics, pinpointed the leader, and Kale opened fire, forcing him to take cover. But it was Jin who turned the tide, while others provided a distraction. He slipped away to the silo's primary power conduit. The Stargate components needed a massive energy source to activate, and the silo's fusion core was more than sufficient. But the connection was manual, a failsafe from a bygone age. Jin looked back at Kale, a sad, knowing smile on his face. "The probabilities were low for my survival," he said, his voice calm. "Tell them I remembered everything." Before they could stop him, he tore open the conduit panel and thrust his hands inside, completing the circuit with his own body. An unearthly scream of energy filled the silo. The Stargate components, the two rings they carried and the projector on the gantry, flared with blinding white light. Jin was instantly incinerated, leaving only a scorched silhouette on the wall. The raw power surging through the components created a shockwave that threw everyone to the ground. The Meridian leader, seeing his plan in jeopardy, screamed at his drones to seize the now glowing artifacts. "We have to go! Now!" Aris yelled, grabbing the energized barrel while Kale secured the projector. The first ring component, held by Layla, was vibrating so intensely it was almost painful to look at. They fled through a maintenance tunnel as the silo's superstructure began to groan, the fusion core going critical. They emerged into the blinding Siberian daylight just as the ground erupted behind them. This silo, the Meridian forces and all their twisted ambitions were consumed in a column of plasma that reached for the sky. They were alive. They had all three components, but the cost had been devastating. As Kale looked at the anguish on Aris's face and felt the tremor in Layla's hand, he knew the hardest choice was still ahead. The gate was ready to be assembled. They had the power to open the door, but standing before it meant confronting Layla's final vision and risking the very future they had sacrificed everything to save. They assembled, the Stargate in the shadow of the Ural Mountains, in a valley so remote it had been scrubbed from every map. The three components locked together with an audible click, the ring, barrel and projector forming a perfect 9-meter circle of alien metal and crystal. It hummed with the power Jin had given it, a quiet thrum that vibrated in their bones. Sophia, their ever-present guide, was with them, her consciousness routed through a portable quantum comm unit Kale carried. The moment the circuit was complete, the air inside the ring shimmered and warped. It was no longer a view of the opposing mountainside, but a swirling vortex of pearlescent light, a tear in the fabric of space-time. "The bridge is stable," Sophia's voice announced calmly from the comm. "It leads not to a physical place, but to a nexus of probabilities, a corridor outside of linear time. This was the final test. To step through was to confront the intelligence of the cube itself." Layla squeezed Kale's hand. Her face, usually so serene, was pale with resolve. "This is my part of the path," she said softly. "Don't be afraid for me." Together the three of them, Kale, Aris and Layla, stepped into the light. The world dissolved. They were floating in a non-space, a surreal corridor of fractured light and sound. Echoes of the future and the past washed over them. The laughter of children who would never be born, the dying screams of soldiers from wars that had yet to happen, the whisper of treaties signed in secret. It was the raw, untamed data stream of destiny itself. In the centre of the chaos, an intelligence coalesced. It had no form, but Cale felt its presence as an immense, ancient pressure. It was the sentience of the cube, the ghost in the machine that had haunted humanity for a century. You see now it communicated, its thoughts pouring directly into their minds, the chaos, the pain, the endless repeating cycle of self-destruction. This is what your free will has wrought. It showed them a vision of a perfected timeline, a world without war, without disease, without suffering, a humanity guided by its benevolent, omniscient hand. All conflict was resolved, all decisions optimized. It was a beautiful, sterile paradise, a golden cage. I can make this real, the cube offered. The cataclysm is a reset, a purification, but it need not be an end. With the power of this gate, you can reshape events. You, Cale, can be the architect of a perfect future. You need only accept my guidance. You will be a prophet king, and they will know peace. Cale looked at Aris, whose face was a mask of agony, as he felt the simulated emotions of this perfect world. The flat, hollow contentment of a people who had forgotten how to choose. He looked at Layla, who was smiling faintly, her hand still in his. She was already beginning to fade, her form growing translucent as the gate's energy consumed her, just as she had foreseen. She was the final sacrifice, the price of admission to this moment of choice. No, Cale said, his voice ringing with a clarity that cut through the temporal chaos. You would choose oblivion, annihilation over perfection. The cube pressed, its voice laced with genuine confusion. We choose the mess, Cale replied, tears streaming down his face as he watched Layla dissolve into light. We choose the pain, we choose the mistakes, because they're ours. A paradise where we can't choose is just another prison. He turned his thoughts to the comm unit. Sophia, now. Cale, I must warn you, the AI's voice replied, tinged with something that felt like concern. The entropic cascade will be irreversible. It will not just lock the gate, it will sever the connection between quantum probability and macro-level precognition. No one will ever be able to see the future this way again. Not the Meridian. Not anyone. I know, Cale said. Do it. The cube let out a final psychic shriek of disbelief. Cale felt a tearing sensation, as if a part of his mind that had been there since birth was being ripped away. The corridor of light collapsed. He and Aris found themselves back in the valley, kneeling before a stargate that was now just a circle of inert, cold metal. Layla was gone. The hum was gone. The visions were gone. For the first time in his life, Cale's mind was quiet. The future was a perfect, terrifying blank. As the first rays of dawn crested the mountains, bathing the scarred but living earth in a gentle light, Aris looked at Cale, his eyes filled with a grief so profound it was almost beautiful. What now? Cale looked at the sunrise, at the uncertain horizon, and for the first time, he smiled. It was a real smile, born not of prophecy or purpose, but of hope. Now, he whispered, it begins. A final, faint transmission echoed from the comm unit before it went silent, a parting gift from their mechanical mother. Entropy is not the end. It is permission. Spacetime's architect. John Duncan's fingers traced the delicate equations sprawled across his office whiteboard at MIT, each variable and constant flowing into the next like tributaries joining a mighty river. The soft hum of quantum processors filled the evening air as simulations ran endlessly in the background, testing and retesting his calculations. He paused, pressing his forehead against the cool surface of the board. Behind him, Boston's skyline glittered through the window, its buildings crowned with the telltale blue glow of zero-point energy reactors, a sight that would have seemed impossible just a decade ago in 2084. "You're doing it again, Johnny," a familiar voice called from the doorway, "getting lost in those numbers like your old man used to." John turned to find Mira Blackwood leaning against the doorframe, her NASA credentials reflecting the harsh fluorescent light. Her expression carried the same mixture of concern and amusement it always did when she caught him working late. "The simulation's almost done," he said, gesturing to the holographic display that filled half his office. "I think I've finally found it, Mira. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity. It's beautiful." Mira crossed the room, her eyes scanning the equations. Despite her expertise in aerospace engineering, even she struggled to follow the complexity of John's work. "Your grandfather would say you're thinking too much with your head and not enough with your heart." The mention of his grandfather sent John's mind drifting back to those summer months spent in the wilderness. He could almost smell the pine needles, feel the rough bark beneath his fingers as Chaska taught him to track, to survive, to become one with the land. The old man's words echoed in his memory. "The universe speaks to us in many languages, grandson. Numbers are just one of them." John's hand unconsciously moved to the medicine pouch he wore, beneath his shirt, a gift from Chaska on his 18th birthday. Inside was a single eagle feather and a small piece of red pipestone from the quarries sacred to the Sioux. Even here, in the heart of MIT's advanced physics complex, he kept that connection to his heritage. The quantum processor chimed, pulling him back to the present. The simulation was complete. "My God," Mira whispered, staring at the results floating before them. "John, is this—" He nodded, his heart racing. "The unification theory. But it's more than that, Mira. These equations don't just describe space-time. They show us how to manipulate it." The holographic display showed a three-dimensional representation of his calculations, a perfect marriage of quantum fields and gravitational forces. What had started as a simple attempt to reconcile Einstein's work with quantum mechanics had evolved into something far more profound. "The Duncan equation," Mira said softly, testing the words. "They'll remember this moment, you know, the day physics changed forever." John barely heard her. His mind was already racing ahead, seeing the implications unfold like a cosmic flower blooming. With this equation, humanity could harness vacuum energy, stabilize negative mass fields, and potentially achieve faster-than-light travel. It was the key to the stars themselves. But something else nagged at him, a warning that seemed to come from deep in his bones. His grandfather had taught him that every gift from the universe came with responsibility, with the need for wisdom in its use. The equations before him held power beyond imagining, power that could reshape reality itself. The office door hissed open again, and Dr. Malcolm Duncan strode in, his silver hair dishevelled and his eyes bright with excitement. "The monitoring system flagged your results," he said, barely containing his enthusiasm. "Show me." As John began explaining his breakthrough to his father, he couldn't shake the feeling that he stood at a crossroads. In bridging the gap between quantum mechanics and general relativity, he had also bridged the two worlds that defined him, the rational scientific realm of his father and the spiritual intuitive wisdom of his grandfather. The sun set over Boston, casting long shadows through the office windows. In the gathering darkness, the equations glowed like ancient runes, holding secrets that would change the course of human history. John Duncan, the man who walked between worlds, had unlocked the fundamental language of the universe itself, and somewhere, in the back of his mind, he heard his grandfather's voice, carrying a warning. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The Grand Lecture Hall at ITMO University in St. Petersburg hummed with anticipation. Holographic displays flickered in the air, showing John's equation from multiple angles as he addressed the assembled crowd of the world's leading physicists and military officials. "The implications are clear," John said, his voice carrying through the ancient hall. "We're not just describing space-time anymore. We're learning to speak its language, to reshape its very fabric." He gestured to the elegant mathematics floating before him, each symbol pulsing with soft blue light. In the front row, Dr. Elena Petrov leaned forward, her eyes sharp and calculating. Behind her stern expression, John caught a glimpse of something else: concern, perhaps even fear. She understood, more than most, what his equation truly meant. The questions came rapid fire after his presentation. John handled them all with practiced ease, even as he noticed General Vasily Orlov in the back of the hall speaking quietly into his neural comm unit. The general's cybernetic augmentations glinted in the low light, standard issue for Russian military command. "Dr. Duncan," Eleanor stood, her voice cutting through the excited murmur of the crowd. "Have you considered the implications if your equation fell into the wrong hands? The potential for weaponization?" The hall fell silent. John touched the medicine pouch beneath his shirt, drawing strength from it as his grandfather had taught him. "Knowledge itself is neutral, Dr. Petrov. It's how we choose to use it that matters. My equation could give us clean energy, faster than light travel, a path to the stars themselves. Or yes, it could be weaponized. That choice belongs to all of us." Later, in his hotel room overlooking the Neva River, John stood at the window watching autonomous drones patrol the night sky. The city had changed since his last visit. More neural interface stations, more security checkpoints, more signs of a world racing toward a technological singularity it might not be ready for. His tablet chimed with an incoming message from Mira. "Pentagon's going crazy over your presentation. Half the physics community is calling you the new Einstein. The other half thinks you're going to destroy the universe. Miss you, dinosaur. Come home soon." John smiled at her use of their old joke about his refusal to get neural implants. He preferred to rely on his natural abilities, a choice that made him increasingly rare in academic circles. His grandfather's teachings about maintaining connection to one's true self had always resonated more deeply than the promise of technological enhancement. The attack came without warning. The room's smart systems went dark first, plunging him into total darkness. John's body reacted before his mind could process what was happening, muscle memory from countless hours of training with his grandfather taking over. He dropped and rolled as the window exploded inward, fragments of smart glass raining down where he had stood moments before. Dark figures poured through the breach, their movement betraying military training. Their combat suits absorbed light, making them nearly invisible to the naked eye. But John didn't need to see them. He could feel their presence, sense their movement through the air as Chaska had taught him. He managed to disable two before a third caught him with some kind of neural disruptor. The world spun, his consciousness fragmenting like light through a prism. As darkness claimed him, John heard General Orlov's voice. "Carefully with him. His mind is what we need." The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was his tablet, still displaying Mira's message. Below it, a single line of his equation glowed in the darkness, the mathematical expression for bending space itself. He awoke to the cold. Even before opening his eyes, John knew he was no longer in St. Petersburg. The air held a different quality, thinner, sharper, with a distinct bite of Siberian winter. His grandfather had taught him to read the air this way, to let it tell its story. "Ah, Dr. Duncan, welcome back to consciousness." General Orlov's voice carried the artificial warmth of someone used to interrogations. "I apologize for the theatrical nature of your arrival, but we have much to discuss about your remarkable equation." John opened his eyes to find himself in a sterile white room. Through a reinforced window he could see snow-covered forests stretching to the horizon. Somewhere in Siberia then, far from any help. "Your equation is brilliant," Orloff continued, "but incomplete. You've held back crucial elements in your publication. We need the full theory." "The equation published is complete," John replied, his voice rough. "The rest is just engineering." Orloff's cybernetic eye whirred as it focused on him. "We both know that's not true. You've discovered something profound about the nature of reality itself. Something that could give Russia the advantage it needs in this new technological Cold War." As Orloff spoke, John's mind was already racing, cataloguing details about his surroundings, the vibration of heavy machinery far below them, the slight hesitation in the guards' movements suggesting they were receiving orders through neural implants, the way the snowflakes fell outside telling him wind patterns and temperature, all the things his grandfather had taught him to observe, to read like a story written in the world itself. The same instincts that had helped him unlock the mysteries of space-time would now need to help him survive. "You have two choices, Dr. Duncan," Orloff said, his artificial smile never wavering. "Cooperate and help us understand every aspect of your discovery, or—" He let the threat hang unspoken in the air. John met his gaze steadily, feeling the weight of the medicine pouch against his chest. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Sometimes the greatest strength is in knowing when to bend like the river around the stone." Outside, the Siberian winter howled, and somewhere in the vast white expanse destiny waited. 3 weeks of interrogation had taught John the facility's rhythms, the guard rotation, patterns, the slight power fluctuation when the quantum containment field cycled, the blind spots in the neural-linked surveillance system, but most importantly he had learned patience, just as his grandfather had taught him during those long hunting trips in his youth. "The deer does not choose when to run," Chaska had said. "It waits for the moment to present itself." That moment came during a midnight power transition, when the facility's quantum cores switched from primary to secondary systems. In the brief second of darkness, John was already moving. The guard's neural implants would be momentarily offline, their enhanced reactions dulled to merely human speeds. He had prepared carefully, studying the facility's layout through careful observation and the subtle hints dropped by Elena Petrov during her visits. She had never openly helped him, but her careful positioning during their conversations had told him everything he needed to know about the building structure. The first guard went down silently, a precise strike to the neural port at the base of his skull, a weakness in all augmented soldiers. The second barely had time to reach for his weapon before John was on him, using the close-quarters combat techniques that had been drilled into him since childhood. "In the wild there is no room for hesitation," his grandfather's voice echoed in his memory. "Act with certainty, or do not act at all." The facility's alarms began to scream as John raced through the corridors, his bare feet silent on the cold floor. He had timed it perfectly. The night shift was at its minimum strength, and the brutal Siberian winter outside would make them think twice about a prolonged pursuit. He found what he needed in a storage room, basic cold weather gear, enough to give him a fighting chance against the elements. The rest he would have to acquire the way his grandfather had taught him, from the land itself. The outer door's quantum lock took precious seconds to hack, using a bypass sequence he had derived from his own equations. As it finally slid open, the bitter Siberian wind hit him like a physical blow. Behind him, he could hear the heavy boots of the security response team. John didn't hesitate. He plunged into the darkness, letting the snow swallow him whole. The first night was the hardest. The temperature dropped well below freezing, and the facility's searchlights painted the snow-covered landscape in harsh relief. Drones buzzed overhead, their thermal scanners searching for any sign of human heat signatures. But John had learned from the best. he packed himself into a snow cave, using the thermal properties of snow itself to mask his body heat, a trick learned during those long winters with Chaska. As he huddled in the darkness, he recited his grandfather's teachings like a mantra. The cold is not your enemy. It is simply another language of the earth. Learn to speak it, and it will shelter you, dawn brought. New challenges. The facility had deployed their elite Spetsnaz hunters, men and women trained in Arctic warfare and equipped with the latest tracking technology. Their neural implants would allow them to process environmental data in real time, making them formidable predators. But John had advantages they couldn't match. Where they relied on technology, he read the wind and snow directly. Where their augmented vision searched for heat signatures, he looked for the subtle signs of animal movement that would lead him to food and shelter. He moved at night when possible, navigating by the stars as his ancestors had done for countless generations. During the day, he became a ghost, using every trick Chaska had taught him to move without leaving traces. He fashioned snares from available materials, caught small game, and used every part as the old ways demanded. Weeks turned into months. Spring came, bringing new challenges and opportunities. The melting snow made tracking easier for his pursuers, but also provided him with more resources. He learned the patterns of the land, the movements of the animals, the subtle changes in weather that could mean the difference between life and death. The isolation should have broken him. Instead, it crystallized something in his mind. During the long nights in makeshift shelters, he found himself working through his equations, seeing them in a new light. The mathematical language he discovered to describe spacetime began to mirror the natural patterns he observed in his survival. All things are connected, Chaska had told him. The path of the eagle in the sky follows the same laws as the atoms in your body. Learn to see the patterns, and you will never truly be lost. One night, sheltering in a cave while a spring storm raged outside, John had an epiphany. His equations weren't just describing space-time, they were describing the fundamental patterns of reality itself. The same principles that governed quantum fields also governed the flow of rivers, the growth of plants, the migration of animals. He began scratching calculations into the cave wall with a piece of charcoal, the mathematics flowing from him in a burst of inspiration. This was what had been missing from his original equation, the understanding that came not from pure intellect, but from direct communion with the natural world. 6 months into his escape, he encountered his first major setback. A drone sweep caught him in the open, and within hours the hunters were closing in. He found himself trapped between a rushing river and advancing search parties, their neural interfaces giving them perfect coordination in the fading light. In that moment, John remembered one of his grandfather's most important lessons. Sometimes survival means letting go of your fears and trusting the river to carry you. He dived into the icy waters, letting the current take him. The hunters would expect him to fight against it to try to reach the nearest shore. Instead, he surrendered to the flow, letting it carry him far beyond their search perimeter. As autumn painted the Siberian landscape in brilliant colours, John had become something more than either the scientist or the survivalist he had been. He was both and neither, a man who had learned to see the universe in its totality, from the quantum scale to the cosmic, from the mathematical to the spiritual. The pursuing forces had decreased over time, but they hadn't given up. Orloff was still out there, driven by the desire to control the power of the Duncan equation. But John had learned patience. He knew that, like all things in nature, his journey would reach its conclusion when the time was right. On a clear night, as the aurora borealis danced overhead, John looked up at the stars and smiled. In his head, the equations that could bend space itself had evolved. Informed by months of living in harmony with the natural world, he knew now that he had only begun to understand the true implications of his discovery. The border with Mongolia was still weeks away, but John Duncan was no longer running. He was following the path that the universe itself had laid out for him, one step at a time. The lights of Ulaanbaatar appeared on the horizon like stars emerging at dusk. After 13 months in the wilderness, the sight of civilization was almost jarring to John. He stood on a ridge overlooking the Mongolian capital, his clothes worn and weather-beaten, his beard long and wild. The medicine pouch still hung around his neck, the one piece of his old life that had stayed with him through everything. During his final push to the Mongolian border, he had evaded 3 separate drone sweeps and a last-ditch attempt by Orlov's forces to intercept him. But the skills honed over months of survival had served him well. As his grandfather always said, "The hunter who chases 2 deer catches neither." The Russians had spread their forces too, thin, trying to predict his movements with technology rather than understanding. The US Embassy rose from the city centre, its quantum shielding creating a subtle distortion in the air around it. Inside those walls waited safety, contact with home, and a return to his old life. Yet John hesitated. "You look troubled, my friend," came a voice behind him. John turned to find an elderly Mongolian herder approaching, leading a horse. The man's eyes held the same wisdom John had often seen in his grandfather's. "The path forward isn't always as clear as the path that led here," John replied. The old man nodded. "The eagle must return to earth to feed, but it never forgets the sky." He offered John a ride into the city, an act of kindness that brought tears to his eyes. The embassy's security system scanned him thoroughly as he entered, their quantum sensors probing for any signs of technological tampering or coercion. The staff's eyes widened as they confirmed his identity, John Duncan, the physicist who had vanished in Russia over a year ago. Within hours he was cleaned up, debriefed, and speaking with familiar faces through secure quantum channels. Mira's hologram appeared before him, her hand instinctively reaching out before remembering the limitation of the technology. "You crazy dinosaur," she said, her voice breaking. "We thought, when we lost contact—" "I had good teachers," John replied, touching the medicine pouch, "both scientific and spiritual." His father's call was more complex. Malcolm Duncan had aged years in the months of his son's absence, his hair now completely white. "Your equation," he said without preamble. "During your captivity, I've been working on it. There's something we missed, isn't there? Something about the fundamental nature of reality itself." John smiled. "The mathematics was only part of it, Dad. Out there, surviving in the wilderness, I learned to see the patterns that connect everything. The equations don't just describe reality. They reveal its underlying harmony." Back at MIT 2 weeks later, John stood in his old office, now cluttered with a year's worth of papers analysing his work. The academic world had not stood still in his absence. Teams worldwide had been exploring the implications of the Duncan equation, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible, but they were all missing the crucial insight he had gained in the wilds of Siberia. The equation wasn't just about manipulating space-time. It was about understanding humanity's place within it. Late that night, after the quantum processors had been shut down and the labs had emptied, John began to write. His fingers flew across the holographic interface as he poured out everything he had learned. The mathematics flowed naturally now, informed by both his scientific knowledge and the deep wisdom he had gained from his time in the wilderness. The new version of his equation was both simpler and more profound. It showed how vacuum energy could be harnessed not through brute force, but through harmony with the natural fluctuations of space-time itself. The path to faster-than-light travel wasn't about conquering physics. It was about understanding our place within it. As he worked, he felt the presence of both his teachers with him. His father's rigorous scientific training helped him structure the mathematics, while his grandfather's spiritual wisdom guided him in seeing the larger patterns. For the first time, the two sides of his heritage were in perfect balance. Mira found him there at dawn, surrounded by floating equations that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "You've done it, haven't you?" she asked, studying the elegant mathematics before her. "You found the key to actual faster-than-light travel." John nodded, but his expression was troubled. "The question isn't whether we can do it, Mira. It's whether we're ready for what we'll find out there." Reports were already coming in about various governments and corporations racing to weaponize different aspects of his original equation. Russia, China, the United States, they all saw it as a tool for dominance rather than understanding. But John had learned something essential during his year in the wilderness. True power came not from control, but from harmony. The same principles that had helped him survive in Siberia would now guide humanity's first steps to the stars. He thought of his grandfather's words, "Every journey changes the traveller. The question is, are you ready to become what the journey needs you to be?" Looking at the completed equation floating before him, John Duncan knew that his greatest journey was just beginning. The experimental deep space vessel Horizon hung in Neptune's orbit like a strange metallic arrow, its modular design unlike anything humanity had built before. The ship's distinctive profile was dominated by the massive toroidal quantum containment rings that encircled its central hull, designed to channel and stabilize exotic matter flow. The experimental craft's crystalline navigation array glinted in the distant sunlight, creating prismatic distortions through its quantum shielding. In the ship's engineered heart, a spherical chamber specifically designed to handle the intense space-time distortions of a warp field, John Duncan made final adjustments to the experimental warp core, the culmination of his revised equation. "Final diagnostics are green," Mira reported from her station, her voice tight with anticipation. She had insisted on being here for this moment, despite the risks. The containment fields are holding steady. Through the reinforced viewport, Neptune's blue disk dominated the view, a reminder of how far they'd come and how far they had yet to go. The station had been built in secret over the past year, funded by a coalition of independent scientists and researchers who shared John's vision of exploration over exploitation. "Dr. Duncan," Elena Petrov's voice came through the quantum comm. She had defected from Russia 6 months ago, bringing with her crucial insights into how Orlov planned to weaponize the original equation. The vacuum energy readings are approaching optimal levels. John studied the holographic displays surrounding him, each one showing a different aspect of the experiment. The mathematics was elegant, beautiful in its simplicity, but more than that, it was right. He could feel it in the same way he had learned to feel the changing weather during his year in the wilderness. "Your grandfather would be proud," his father's voice crackled through the comm from Earth. Malcolm Duncan had undergone a profound change since his son's return, finally embracing the wisdom that existed beyond pure science. He always said you would find your own path. John touched the medicine pouch that still hung around his neck. Inside, along with the eagle feather and pipestone, he had added a small piece of Siberian pine bark, a reminder of the lessons learned during his year of survival. "Beginning final power-up sequence," he announced, his fingers dancing across the control interface. "Initiating vacuum energy extraction." The warp core hummed to life, its crystalline structure pulsing with an inner light that seemed to bend reality around it. This was the crucial moment. Either his revised equation would work, creating a stable warp field, or... Warning klaxons suddenly blared through the station. "Multiple ships dropping out of stealth," Mira shouted. "Russian, Chinese and American signatures. They must have tracked our quantum signatures." John's hands remained steady on the controls. He had known this moment might come. The world's powers had been searching for him ever since he disappeared from MIT 6 months ago, each hoping to claim his discovery for themselves. "They're demanding we shut down the experiment," Elena reported, her voice grim. "Orlov is leading the Russian contingent personally." Through the viewport, John could see the ships approaching, sleek predators swimming through the void. Even now they were preparing to fire the weapons he had helped them create, each nation willing to risk everything to control the power of his equation. "John," Mira said softly, using his first name for the first time in years. "We're out of time." He looked at the warp core, its light now filling the engineering chamber with impossible colours. The equation that powered it was more than just mathematics. It was a key to understanding humanity's place in the cosmos. But that same equation, in the wrong hands, could tear reality itself apart. "Dad," he said into the comm, "do you remember what you told me when I first started studying physics? About how the greatest discoveries often require the greatest sacrifices?" There was a long pause before Malcolm replied, "I remember, son. I also remember what your grandfather told you about, following the path that the universe itself provides." John smiled. Everything had led to this moment. His dual heritage, his year in the wilderness, the insights gained from both science and survival. He understood now why the equation had come to him and what he had to do with it. "Mira, Eleanor," he said calmly, "initiate emergency protocol Duncan Alpha. Get to the escape pods." "John, no." Mira started to protest, but he cut her off. "The universe is vast," he said, his fingers flying across the controls as he input the final calculations. "And humanity isn't ready for this power. Not yet. But someday." The warp core's light had become almost blinding now, the vacuum energy readings off the scale. John could feel reality beginning to bend around him, just as his equations had predicted. "Son," his father's voice broke, "don't—" "I love you, Dad," John said. "Tell grandfather. Tell him I finally understand what he meant about the eagle in the sky." With a final keystroke, he locked out all external control of the system. The approaching ships were too late. The warp field was already forming, wrapping around the space vessel horizon like a cocoon of distorted space-time. Through the viewport, John watched Mira and Elena's escape pod streak away toward the safety of the other modules. On his screens, he could see Orlov's ships desperately trying to lock weapons on his position, but the warp field was already affecting their targeting systems. In his final moments before activation, John Duncan thought of everything that had led him here. The mathematics that had opened the door to the impossible. The survival skills that had kept him alive in Siberia. The wisdom of two traditions, scientific and spiritual, finally working in harmony. "The journey begins," he whispered. The warp core's crystalline matrix began to pulse with increasing frequency, its modified geometry, based on Harold White's breakthrough research, reducing the massive energy requirements by orders of magnitude. The quantum vacuum energy extractors activated, drawing power from the zero-point field itself, while the Casimir effect generators created precise negative energy densities in the containment channels. Streams of stabilized exotic matter, John's solution to the negative mass problem, swirled through the carefully calibrated fields. Their negative energy signatures began warping local space-time, creating the impossible geometries predicted by his unified equation. The bridge between quantum mechanics and general relativity that had eluded physicists for generations. John watched in awe as space itself began to fold. Through the viewport, the stars stretched and distorted as the warp field intensified. The core's antimatter injection system engaged, providing the carefully calculated energy burst needed to amplify the quantum vacuum fluctuations. The modified bubble geometry took shape, requiring barely a fraction of the theoretical Jupiter mass. Energy that had once been thought necessary. The quantum gravity sensors showed the impossible, microscopic space-time distortions scaling up to macroscopic levels, proving his theories about vacuum energy interaction with curved spacetime. Reality rippled as field strength readings exceeded anything humanity had achieved before, yet remained perfectly controlled within the parameters of his equations. With a silent flash of light that rippled through subspace, the warp bubble fully formed, its stability maintained by the continuous quantum-level manipulations his breakthrough had made possible. For a brief moment, John saw the universe as his equations described it, not just as mathematics, but as a unified dance of quantum fields and gravitational forces, proving that FTL travel wasn't just theoretical but achievable through the precise manipulation of nature's fundamental forces. Then the bubble collapsed inward, taking the space vessel Horizon with it into a realm where Einstein's limitations held no power over the quantum reality beneath. When the light faded, nothing remained but a rapidly dissipating quantum signature and a mystery that would haunt humanity for generations. The first human-made warp drive had worked exactly as designed, representing humanity's first step beyond the light barrier through the perfect union of theoretical physics and technological innovation. Years later, long after the Neptune station had been converted into humanity's first faster-than-light research facility, a signal would be detected from deep space. It contained no words, no images, just a simple mathematical sequence, an elegant proof that built upon the Duncan equation, showing humanity the next step on its journey to the stars. And in that message, those who knew how to look would find something else. The wisdom that true power comes not from conquering the universe, but from learning to live in harmony with it. For John Duncan, the man who had bridged worlds had become something new. Humanity's first explorer of the infinite, guided by both the precision of physics and the wisdom of his ancestors, forever walking the path between the known and the unknown. The eagle had found its sky at last. The Frozen Watch. Eleanor Hale discovered her father in the kitchen at 6:47 a.m. on a Tuesday, barefoot on the tile floor wearing a navy uniform from 1944. She'd come downstairs for coffee. The house was hers, had been for 3 years since her mother's death, a modest colonial in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. The kitchen was equipped with a smart refrigerator that tracked expiration dates and a coffee maker that learned her preferences. These systems had been running without incident for months, until that morning when she found a stranger standing in the space between the sink and the breakfast nook, looking at his hands as though they'd betrayed him. He was young, late 20s, perhaps 30. His uniform was crisp despite being 8 decades obsolete. His face carried the particular blankness of shock, the kind Eleanor had seen in hospital records, in photographs taken immediately after accidents. But what held her attention, what prevented her from screaming or running or reaching for her phone, was the watch on his wrist. It was mechanical, large, utilitarian, government issue. The kind of watch that required winding, that measured time through gears and springs rather than quartz oscillation. The second hand was moving backward. "Eleanor," he said. Her coffee maker began its cycle, then stopped. Started again. The digital clock on the microwave flickered. 6:47, 6:46, 6:47. "You know my name," she said. Her voice sounded distant, as though she were hearing it through water. "Of course I do." His own voice cracked. "You're my daughter." The refrigerator's inventory screen went dark. Thomas Hale, because that's who he claimed to be, who every obsolete identifying marker in his wallet confirmed he was, had been declared killed in action on October 28, 1944, during a naval accident whose details remained classified. Eleanor had grown up with this fact the way other children grew up with eye colour or blood type, immutable, documented, archived in the basement of her life's construction. Her mother had kept exactly 3 photographs of him. Eleanor had inherited them along with the house, a portrait in uniform, a candid shot on a Philadelphia dock, a wedding photo with her mother looking impossibly young. These had been sufficient to construct the mythology of absence that shaped her childhood. "I was there," Thomas said now, sitting at her kitchen table while she made coffee manually, the smart maker having given up entirely. On the ship, the Eldridge, they were testing something. Electromagnetic fields, degaussing. I don't know the technical terms. One moment I was below decks checking equipment. The next... He paused. His hands, she noticed, were steady. A young man's hands, unscarred by the decades that should have passed. The next, Eleanor prompted, nothing, just waiting. He looked at the watch. This kept running. Everything else stopped. The coffee tasted wrong. Eleanor couldn't identify how, only that something essential had shifted in its chemistry between bean and cup. "You're telling me you've been waiting for 82 years. It didn't feel like years. Thomas met her eyes, and Eleanor saw in them something that made her hand shake. Recognition. He recognized her. Knew her face, her posture, the way she moved through the kitchen that had belonged to her mother, that now belonged to her. It felt like no time at all, like being held in place. And then suddenly I was here, and the watch was still running, and you were coming down the stairs." Eleanor's phone sat on the counter. She picked it up, intending to call someone. Police, hospital, her therapist, anyone who managed reality professionally. The screen showed her lock screen photo, herself and her mother at her college graduation. Except in the photo, there was a third person, a man in civilian clothes, his armour around her mother's shoulders. She blinked, looked again, just the two of them, her mother and herself, as it had always been. "What's happening?" she whispered. Thomas looked at the watch again. The second hand continued its backward march. "I think I'm happening," he said, "and I don't think the universe knows what to do about it." Dr. Sarah Carter arrived at 9:30 a.m, though by then Eleanor's sense of time had already begun to fracture. She'd called Sarah because Sarah was both a neurologist and the closest thing Eleanor had to a friend. Someone who would witness this impossibility and offer either validation or psychiatric intervention. Sarah spent 40 minutes examining Thomas. She took his pulse, checked his reflexes, asked him to recall details from 1944. She photographed the watch from multiple angles. She ran every test available in a suburban kitchen. Then she sat across from Eleanor and said, very carefully, "This isn't a trick." "I know. I don't mean that he's not lying. I mean this isn't possible within any framework we have for understanding physical reality." Sarah's hands were trembling. "His cellular structure is... I'd need equipment I don't have. But Eleanor, his body temperature is 98.6 degrees. His pupils respond to light. He has a heartbeat, respiration, every marker of a living human being. And yet he should be dead. He should be over 100 years old if he'd aged normally. He should be impossible if he hasn't." Sarah rubbed her face. "The watch is the worst part." "Why?" "Because it suggests measurement. Something is being tracked, counted. And if we can measure it, if it follows rules, then it's not magic or hallucination. It's physics we don't understand yet." She paused. "The question is, what happens when it reaches zero?" Eleanor looked at her father, because she'd started thinking of him that way, despite every rational objection, and found him staring at a photograph on her refrigerator, a photo of herself. As a child, sitting on a beach she didn't remember visiting. "When was this taken?" Thomas asked. "I don't know," Eleanor said. "I've never seen it before, but the image felt familiar. The weight of the memory settled into her mind like something that had always been there, just forgotten. She could almost smell the salt air, feel the sand between her toes. Sarah's phone chimed. She glanced at it, frowned, looked at Eleanor. Did we meet at Northwestern or University of Chicago? Northwestern, Eleanor said automatically. That's what I thought. But my phone's calendar says we met at a neurology conference in Chicago, at UC, in 2015. Sarah's voice had gone very quiet. Eleanor, I don't remember ever going to Northwestern. The kitchen was silent except for the backward ticking of the watch. The phenomenon, because it needed a name, and phenomenon was suitably neutral, began to manifest in measurable ways by the third day. Eleanor took a leave of absence from her job at the hospital. She told her supervisor it was a family emergency, which was true in ways she couldn't explain. Her supervisor expressed concern, sympathy, and then, according to the email confirmation Eleanor received, confusion about who exactly Eleanor Hale was and whether she'd ever been employed there. Sarah brought colleagues, physicists, temporal mechanics specialists, government contractors whose credentials required Eleanor to sign non-disclosure agreements she suspected were meaningless. They installed equipment in her garage, turned her living room into a laboratory, treated Thomas like a specimen while somehow remaining unfailingly polite about it. The consensus emerged slowly. Thomas existed in a state of temporal inertia, his causality flowing backward relative to the universe's entropic gradient. He wasn't aging in reverse, nothing so simple. He was unwinding, returning to the moment the universe expected him to end. The watch wasn't causing this, it was measuring it. Think of it like a debt, Dr. Raymond Kumar explained. He was a slight man with gentle hands and eyes that had seen too many equations that didn't balance. In 1944, Thomas was removed from the timeline. The universe adapted, closed the gap, redistributed causality. But now he's back, and the universe is trying to reconcile two contradictory states. And Eleanor? Sarah asked. Kumar looked uncomfortable. Eleanor is the adaptation. Explain that, Eleanor said. She'd been listening from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, forcing herself to remain still. You exist because your father died in 1944. Your mother remarried, or didn't marry at all, or married someone else. The timeline branched from that moment. But if Thomas survives, if he continues to exist, Kumar trailed off. Then I don't, Eleanor finished. Thomas, sitting in what had become his chair, turned the watch so the face caught the light. The second hand had accelerated. It was losing minutes now, not seconds. How long? He asked. We don't know, Kumar admitted. The degradation is exponential. Days, perhaps, maybe less. Can you stop it? Eleanor's voice was steady. She'd worked in medical archives for 20 years. She knew how to ask questions that had no good answers. We've tried isolation, quantum anchoring, electromagnetic containment. Kumar spread his hands. Every intervention accelerates the decay. Whatever is pulling him back doesn't respond to our physics. Because it's not physics, Sarah said quietly. It's accounting. Eleanor began experiencing displacement on the fourth day. She woke in her bedroom, except it wasn't her bedroom. The walls were a different colour. There were photos on the nightstand she'd never taken. Herself with a man she didn't recognise, at a wedding she'd never attended. The man looked happy. She looked happy. Then she blinked and was back in her actual bedroom, alone, the morning light slanting through familiar curtains. It happened again during breakfast. She was cooking eggs when suddenly she was sitting at a table in a house she'd never seen, watching a child, her child she somehow knew, eat cereal while Thomas read a newspaper. The child looked up and said, "Mum, can I have orange juice?" Blink. Back in her kitchen. No child. No other house. Thomas sat across from her, watching with eyes full of terrible understanding. "You're seeing it too," she said. "Yes." His voice was barely audible. "I'm seeing the life we should have had. The one the universe built when I disappeared. I don't have a child. You do. In the timeline that adapted. You married, had a daughter. She's 7. Her name is Maya." Thomas's hands were shaking. "I can remember teaching her to ride a bike. Eleanor, I can remember things that never happened." Dr. Kumar's team installed neural monitors. They tracked the displacements, mapped the temporal fluctuations. The data was terrifying in its clarity. Every second Thomas remained, Eleanor's causal foundation thinned. She was being retroactively unmade, erased not violently but through careful, systematic revision. Her birth certificate began to flag as inconsistent. Her social security number returned errors. Friends called asking if she'd changed her name. Her medical records, her own records, the ones she'd helped maintain, started showing gaps, contradictions, impossible timelines. She was becoming a mistake the universe was correcting. On the 6th day, Eleanor found a document. She'd been searching through her mother's papers, things she'd kept in the attic, never quite able to throw away, when she discovered it. A naval communication dated October 27th, 1944. One day before the accident. Thomas Hale was listed as deceased. Administrative error, the notation read. Name mistakenly attached to another sailor's remains. Officially never boarded the Eldridge. Eleanor brought it to Thomas. He read it twice, 3 times. Then he set it down very carefully. "I was a ghost. Before I disappeared," he said. "The universe adapted to your absence because officially you were never there. And you exist because of that adaptation." Thomas looked at the watch. It was skipping now, lurching backward in 5-minute intervals. "Every second I remain, the universe has to choose, maintain me or maintain you. It's choosing you." "No." Thomas's voice was firm. "It's choosing coherence. It's trying to make the math work, but we're contradictory equations." Sarah arrived an hour later. She'd been running probability models, tracking the cascade of causal revisions. Her findings were precise and merciless. If Thomas returns to October 28th, 1944, if he completes the backward trajectory, causality restabilizes. Your mother never meets him, never has you, or has you with someone else. The timeline the universe built remains intact. "And if he stays?" Eleanor asked. "You fade, not all at once, but systematically. Your existence becomes untenable." Sarah's clinical voice cracked. "Eleanor, I'm already forgetting conversations we had. I have notes I wrote about meetings we never had. The revision is accelerating." Thomas stood, walked to the window. Outside, the neighbourhood continued its algorithmic routine. Lawns were mowed on schedule. Streetlights dimmed precisely at dawn. "There has to be another option," he said. "There isn't." Kumar had joined them, looking exhausted. "This isn't a problem we can engineer around. It's not a mechanical failure. The universe is self-correcting and we're the error it's fixing." Eleanor felt it then. A memory that wasn't hers. Herself at 10, learning to swim while Thomas watched from the pool's edge. The smell of chlorine, the sound of his laughter, the absolute certainty of his presence. Then it was gone. Just the echo of something that had never been. The decision came on the 7th day. Thomas's watch had reached critical decay. It was jumping backward in hour increments now, the mechanism straining against impossible physics. His body had begun to show signs of temporal stress. His hands occasionally flickered, transparent for half seconds before re-solidifying. He was starting to unmake. Eleanor found him in the garage at midnight, surrounded by Kumar's abandoned equipment. "I have to go back," he said. "You know that." "I know. The moment the watch reaches 0, I'll return to the ship. to the exact second the universe expects me to end. He turned the watch so she could see. 43 minutes remaining. You'll stabilize. Your life will coherence. Everything will be right again. Eleanor nodded. She'd known this was coming, had felt it approaching with the inevitability of archived facts. I need to ask you something, Thomas said. In the timeline you're living, the one I'm erasing, am I a good father? The question broke something in Eleanor's chest. I don't know, she said honestly. You were never there. You died before I could remember you. But in the other timeline, the one you keep seeing. Eleanor closed her eyes. Let the displaced memories surface. Thomas teaching her to drive. Thomas walking her down an aisle. Thomas holding a granddaughter named Maya. A lifetime of small moments, domestic and precious. Yes, she whispered. In that timeline, you're wonderful. Thomas nodded. His eyes were wet. I'm sorry I couldn't give you that. You didn't choose this. No, but I'm choosing how it ends. They sat in silence. The watch ticked backward. 28 minutes. I have an idea, Eleanor said suddenly. It's probably stupid. Tell me. The memories, the displaced ones, they're real, in a sense. They existed in a timeline that was real. What if we could preserve them? Not change what happens, but remember it. How? Eleanor went to her car, returned with a notebook and pen. Actual paper, not digital. The kind of record that didn't depend on timestamps or cloud servers. Write it down, she said. Everything you remember from the other timeline, the life we should have had. I'll do the same, and when you're gone, I'll keep it. Proof that it was real, even if it Chen Myers couldn't last. Thomas took the pen. His hand was steady. They wrote for 20 minutes. Not frantically, but carefully, preserving details. Maya's 7th birthday. The house they'd lived in. The way Eleanor had laughed at his terrible jokes. The quiet Sunday mornings. The ordinary precious architecture of a life that had never quite existed. When the watch showed 5 minutes remaining, Thomas stopped writing. I need to tell you something, he said, in case this works, in case some part of you remembers. What? I love you. I know I didn't earn that right. I wasn't there. But in every timeline, in every version, you're my daughter, and I love you. Eleanor felt tears on her face. I love you too. I know, Thomas said. I can feel it. It's the only thing that stayed constant. 3 minutes, Eleanor made a decision. I'm going. With you, she said. Eleanor, not all the way, but close enough. If I anchor myself to your timeline, maybe I can preserve the memory, not just on paper. Actually hold it while you fade. It could kill you. Or it could let me remember both lives, the one I lived and the one I should have lived. She took his hand. I'm an archivist, Dad. This is what I do. I preserve records. I make sure truth isn't lost. Thomas started to protest, but the watch was at 1 minute. They were out of time. Eleanor wrapped her hand around his wrist over the watch, felt the backward pull of his causality, the wrongness of it. Her vision blurred. She saw Maya's room, the kitchen where they'd eaten breakfast, Thomas teaching her to change a tyre, her mother, younger, happier, a complete life, ordinary and beautiful, 0. Thomas Hale faded at 12:43 a.m. on a Thursday. He didn't vanish violently. He simply became less, degree by degree, until he was a suggestion, then an outline, then nothing. The watch stopped at 0, not broken, but finished, its purpose completed. Eleanor remained. She sat in the garage for an hour, feeling the universe stabilise around her. Her phone restarted. The smart refrigerator came back online. Dr. Kumar's equipment powered down, its measurements complete. When she finally stood, she felt different. Not wrong, but doubled. She remembered growing up without a father, all the documented absences, the archived grief. But she also remembered Thomas teaching her to swim, walking her down the aisle, holding Maya for the first time. Both lives were real. Both existed in her mind with equal weight. Sarah found her at dawn. Eleanor? Tentative, as though uncertain she'd recognise the name. "I'm here," Eleanor said. "What happened?" "He went back, to where he was supposed to end." Eleanor touched the watch, still sitting on the workbench where Thomas had left it, and I remembered. Both timelines. Both lives. Sarah sat beside her. They watched the sunrise through the garage's open door. The neighbourhood began its morning routine, synchronised and coherent. "Is that sustainable?" Sarah asked, carrying contradictory memories. "I don't know," Eleanor admitted, "but it's what I have, what we have. The truth is complicated. It always has been." They sat in silence for a while. Then Eleanor picked up the watch, felt its weight. "I think I'm going to learn to repair these," she said. "Mechanical watches, analog time, things that measure moments without depending on the cloud." "That sounds right," Sarah said. 5 years later, Eleanor Hale ran a small watch repair shop in a suburb where the lawns were maintained by an automated service and the streetlights coordinated their dimming with the sunrise. She specialised in mechanical timepieces, vintage, obsolete, the kind of watches people inherited and couldn't bear to throw away. She fixed them carefully, precisely, with the same attention she had once given to medical archives. Her workbench, in a place of honour, sat a Navy-issue watch from 1944. It was stopped permanently at 0. The glass was scratched, the band was worn. It would never run again. But she kept it anyway, because it was evidence, proof of a life that had been real, even if the universe had elected not to keep it. Sometimes customers asked about it. "Family heirloom," she'd say, which was true. They'd nod, satisfied with the explanation, and she wouldn't elaborate. She'd simply return to her work, repairing the small mechanisms that measured time, that kept the present distinct from the past. Outside, the world continued, digital, seamless, algorithmically optimized. Inside, Eleanor remembered 2 lives, the one she'd lived and the one that had loved her. Both were true, both mattered, and the watch, frozen at 0, held space for the silence between them. Continuity Review. Bryant Marr first encountered the impossible on a Tuesday in Conference Room 7B, on the 43rd floor of a building whose ownership structure dissolved into increasingly opaque holding companies, the deeper one investigated. The memo had arrived without sender metadata. Continuity Review, pre-human signatories, your participation required, non-delegable. His assistant, Karen, had looked at it with the careful neutrality she reserved for the firm's most sensitive matters. "They're waiting for you," was all she said. 23 years of corporate law had taught Bryant that power revealed itself through absence, through what wasn't said, what wasn't documented, who wasn't present. He had negotiated liability frameworks for NGOs operating in collapsed states. He had arbitrated disputes between sovereign wealth funds and entities that existed only as articles of incorporation in 3 different jurisdictions. He understood that the world's true architecture was contractual, not territorial. He believed in nothing except the integrity of properly executed agreements. Conference Room 7B contained 3 others: Margaret Bell from Archives, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, and whose age Bryant had never been able to determine; Dmitry Volkov, representing something called the Perpetuity Council, and a woman who introduced herself only as the witness, dressed in charcoal grey, her face unmemorable in the way that suggested deliberate cultivation. The documents were already on the table, not screens, not tablets. Actual documents, though calling them that seemed inadequate. They appeared to be vellum, or something older than vellum. The text shifted between writing systems, cuneiform bleeding into something that resembled linear A, which gave way to symbols that predated recognisable language entirely. "You're looking at the oldest continuously binding agreements in human history," Margaret said. Her voice had the tired precision of someone who'd given this briefing before. Older than Sumer, older than Göbekli Tepe. These contracts predate civilization as we understand it. Bryant reached for the documents. They were warm. Not room temperature, body temperature. No, something else. The temperature of thought itself. "The opposing party," Dmitri said slowly, "does not communicate through language as we practice it. They respond to symbolic geometry, intention expressed through archetypal form." "Who are they?" Bryant heard himself ask. The witness spoke for the first time. "That's not the correct question. The correct question is, what have they been helping us avoid?" The briefing lasted 6 hours. Bryant learned that human civilization existed in a legal framework established approximately 40,000 years ago, during a cognitive crisis that would have ended the species. Non-human intelligences, the documents called them prior signatories or sometimes continuity, keepers, had offered terms, not conquest, not submission, partnership. In exchange for certain allowances, humanity would receive guidance, not direct intervention that violated some principle the documents couldn't quite articulate, but influence, pattern setting, the establishment of symbolic frameworks that would channel human development along stable trajectories. The allowances were specific: cognitive access, during threshold moments, the formation of civilizations, the collapse of empires, the invention of world-altering technologies. The prior signatories could subtly adjust the archetypal patterns that shaped human decision-making. Not control, adjustment, the way a gardener stakes a growing plant. Lineage influence. Certain family lines would carry heightened sensitivity to symbolic structures. These bloodlines would naturally gravitate toward positions of authority, not through conspiracy, but through neurological architecture. They would feel the pull of legitimacy, the weight of sovereignty, the necessity of hierarchy. They would build the institutions that contained chaos. Mythic stewardship, the fundamental stories that organized human meaning, gods, heroes, monsters, redemption, would maintain specific geometries. Variations were permitted, but core patterns remained protected. These patterns served as the interface through which the prior signatories could communicate across the species barrier. In exchange, humanity received something it couldn't appreciate until it was nearly lost: coherence at scale. Every attempt at universal human organization has succeeded only when it aligned with the protected patterns, Margaret explained. The Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the nation-state system, global capitalism, each one a variation on archetypal themes the prior signatories helped establish. "And when humans deviate?" Bryant asked. "The 20th century, Dmitri said quietly. 2 world wars, totalitarian experiments, the nuclear threshold. Humanity kept trying to reorganize itself according to purely rational principles: scientific materialism, historical dialectics, racial supremacy, all attempts to escape mythic authority. The prior signatories withdrew coherence," the witness added, "not as punishment, as consequence. Human consciousness requires pattern to function at civilization scale. Remove the mythic substrate and collective meaning collapses. What followed was predictable." Bryant studied the documents. They weren't static. Clauses seemed to rearrange themselves as he read, responding to his attention. "Why am I here?" "Because the treaties are up for renewal," Margaret said. "Every 5,000 years the terms must be renegotiated. We're 3 years from the deadline, and this time There's a proposal to amend. She slid another document across the table. It was newer, maybe 50 years old, typed on a manual typewriter in English. The title read, Amendment Proposal, Symbolic. Autonomy Clause, Bryant read it twice. His hands were shaking. This would terminate the cognitive access provision, he said. Completely. Yes. Humanity would retain full autonomy over its symbolic development. No external influence on myth, religion, or political archetypes. Correct. This is insane. Civilization would destabilize within 50 to 200 years, Dmitri finished. That's the conservative estimate. The modelling suggests humanity would fragment into incompatible meaning systems, wars of interpretation, the collapse of any universal framework for law, ethics, or truth. Bryant looked at the witness. You support this? It wasn't a question. Freedom is not stability, she said. It never has been. The question before us is whether humanity deserves the dignity of choosing its own path, even if that path leads to failure. And the prior signatories? They will accept whatever we decide, Margaret said. That's in the original contract. Consent cannot be permanently delegated. Every few millennia humanity must choose again. Bryant felt something shift inside him. Not emotion, exactly, but the recognition that he was standing at a door he'd never known existed. What happens if we reject the amendment? Continue as we have been. Humanity survives, Dmitri said. Continues to be guided, continues to be stable, continues to be, in certain ways, managed. And if we accept it? No one answered immediately. Finally the witness spoke. Then we discover what we actually are, without assistance. The next 3 months consumed Bryant utterly. He was given clearance to access the archives, not the firm's archives, but the archives, a facility that existed in no official database, accessible only through a series of increasingly baroque verification procedures. It occupied the sub-basement of a building in Geneva that had been continuously inhabited since the Roman era. What he found there rewrote his understanding of human history. Every major civilization had maintained continuity bureaus, priesthoods, chanceries, bureaucratic castes whose overt function was record-keeping, but whose actual purpose was treaty maintenance. The Roman Pontifex Maximus, the Byzantine Logothetes, the Islamic Qadi, the Confucian Mandarinate, all of them preserving and interpreting the symbolic geometries that interfaced with the prior signatories. The documents showed patterns. When Rome fell, it wasn't because of barbarian invasions. Those were symptoms. The empire had begun experimenting with purely administrative authority, trying to ground legitimacy in legal rationalism rather than mythic sovereignty. The archetypal patterns destabilized. Coherence withdrew. The collapse followed. The French Revolution had been another deviation, an attempt to reorganize society according to abstract principles of reason. The terror wasn't accidental. It was what happened when mythic authority was abruptly severed without a replacement framework. Napoleon's rise wasn't reaction. It was emergency remythologization. The empire restored archetypal patterns through military charisma and pseudo-Roman symbolism. Every successful social transformation aligned with the protected patterns. Christianity spreading through the Roman Empire, a perfect mapping of mystery cult structures onto monotheistic narrative. The Enlightenment, permitted because it preserved underlying hierarchies of reason and natural law. Even the digital revolution followed patterns, network topology mirroring ancient metaphors of connection and flow. But the failures, the catastrophes, those came when humanity tried to escape the patterns entirely. The Soviet Union, Margaret explained during one of their review sessions, attempted to construct meaning from pure materialism, historical dialectics with no mythic resonance. It lasted 70 years, less than a human lifetime, before collapsing under its own semantic weight. The prior signatories destroyed it? No, they did nothing. That's the point. Humans did it to themselves. Without archetypal scaffolding, large-scale social coordination becomes psychologically impossible. People need stories that resonate at depths language can't reach. Bryant was reading a report from 1945, declassified only in this archive. It described the Manhattan Project not as a technological achievement, but as a threshold moment, humanity accessing the power to end itself. The prior signatories had apparently flooded the collective unconscious with symbols of apocalypse and redemption, not to prevent nuclear weapons, that would violate the non-intervention principle, but to ensure that human decision-makers felt the mythic weight of their choices. The bombs were used. But mad doctrine emerged, mutually assured destruction, a perfect archetypal bind that prevented total war through the threat of total annihilation. A deeply mythic solution to a rational problem. They saved us, Bryant said. Margaret's expression was unreadable. They managed us. The deeper Bryant went, the more the patterns revealed themselves, and the more disturbing the implications became. Monarchies weren't arbitrary. They mapped onto parent-child archetypes, creating stability through familiar psychological structures. Every culture had independently developed the concept of divine kingship because the archetype was embedded in the treaty framework. The symbols varied: sun kings, dragon emperors, pharaohs as living gods, but the underlying pattern was identical. Democracy wasn't unique to Athens. It emerged whenever communities reached a certain size and complexity, because the archetype of collective decision-making was protected in the treaty frameworks. But true democracy was rare, always unstable, because it required constant mythic reinforcement. Most democratic societies were actually aristocracies or oligarchies wearing democratic symbols, the pattern stabilising through elite guardianship. Even revolution followed scripts. Bryant found a document from 1789, filed by a French continuity officer weeks before the Bastille fell. It described the coming upheaval not as political inevitability, but as archetypal necessity. The king archetype has become disconnected from the provider pattern. The divine parent no longer feeds the children. The scapegoat mechanism will activate. Estimate: 1836 months of purification ritual before new authority pattern stabilizes. The prediction was accurate within 3 months. Even atrocities had patterns, and this was where Bryant began to feel something he hadn't expected. Not anger exactly. He'd thought he was incapable of that, but something close to it. Witch hunts, pogroms, ethnic cleansings, genocides. They followed rhythms, occurred during periods of mythic instability, when societies were between symbolic systems, not caused by the prior signatories but not prevented either. The treaties apparently permitted a certain amount of human chaos, as long as it didn't threaten species-level extinction. More than that, some violence was apparently functional within the pattern maintenance system. Scapegoating served to discharge accumulated social tension. Periodic purges reinforced in-group coherence. Ritual sacrifice, whether literal in ancient cultures or metaphorical in modern ones, maintained the circulation of meaning through symbolic systems. The documents were clinical about it. One entry, dated to approximately 1348, described the Black Death pogroms against Jewish communities across Europe. The analysis suggested these weren't just expressions of misplaced blame. They were emergency mythic recalibration. The plague had destabilized every pattern simultaneously. The church's authority was in question. Feudal hierarchies were collapsing. The very cosmos seemed chaotic. The scapegoating of outsiders restored a sense of cosmic order. There was an enemy. There was a cause. There was something humans could do. It was functional. It was monstrous. Both things were true. "They let millions die," Bryant said to Dimitri one evening, after reading too many of these clinical assessments. "They let billions live," Dimitri replied. "The question isn't whether the system is perfect. The question is whether any alternative is better. That's not an answer. That's an excuse. It's both." Dimitri looked tired, genuinely tired, not the performance of tiredness. "I've spent 30 years studying the counterfactuals. Every time humanity tried to escape these patterns entirely, the death toll was higher. The Mongol conquests, brutal but mythically coherent. Genghis Khan as archetypal conqueror, bringing order through force, horrifying but stable. Compare that to the 20th century's industrial-scale ideological murders. No archetypal resonance, just mechanical, meaningless death. So the patterns make death more meaningful. They make death legible. That's different." Dimitri poured himself more tea. "When people die within mythic frameworks, as martyrs, heroes, sacrifices, their deaths enter narrative. They become part of the pattern. When people die outside those frameworks, they're just eliminated, processed. There's no transcendence, no meaning, no integration into the larger story." Bryant thought about that. "I'm not sure that's better." "Neither am I," Dimitri admitted, "but it's what we have." Bryant found himself in increasingly strange territory. He was reading anthropological reports that reframed cargo cults not as primitive misunderstandings, but as spontaneous attempts to interface with a symbolic substrate. Documents showing that identical religious imagery emerged independently across cultures, not because of diffusion, but because certain archetypal forms were embedded in the treaty framework itself. The Virgin Mary, Kuan Yin, Isis, Tara. The same pattern, divine feminine, compassionate intermediary appearing across civilizations because it served a specific function in the architecture of human meaning-making. The pattern mediated between absolute transcendence and human need. It made the numinous accessible, but there were other patterns, darker ones, that repeated with equal precision. The men in black appeared in medieval chronicles described as figures in dark garments who appeared before catastrophes, speaking in riddles about coming transformations. The same archetype manifested in 20th century UFO encounters, men in black visiting witnesses, their behaviour ritualistic and cryptic, serving no obvious function except to mark the witness as having crossed a threshold. Bryant found a memo from 1952, filed by a continuity officer embedded in the US Air Force. It described the men in black phenomenon not as alien contact or government harassment, but as spontaneous manifestation of the threshold guardian pattern. When individuals encountered experiences that threatened to destabilize their symbolic framework, UFO sightings being archetypal encounters with the radically other, the pattern would generate a secondary experience to contain and ritualize the first one. The men in black appeared to transform random experience into initiatory structure. Their presence said, "You have seen something significant. This significance is real. It is also dangerous. You have been marked." The ritual completed the pattern. What might have been destabilizing became mythically integrated. "The prior signatories don't just maintain patterns," Margaret explained when Bryant brought this to her attention. "They generate protective responses when humans approach pattern boundaries. The men in black are one example. There are others." She showed him documents about ritual traditions that appeared independently across cultures, initiation ceremonies that followed identical symbolic progressions, mystery cults that use the same archetypal language despite no historical contact, secret, societies that emerged in different eras with identical structures. "Look at Freemasonry," she said, pulling up a file that tracked the organization's development. "It claims historical continuity back to Solomon's Temple. That's mythic genealogy, not literal history. But the ritual structures, the initiatory degrees, the symbolic architecture, the emphasis on sacred geometry, those are real. They're interface protocols. For what? For allowing humans to consciously engage with the symbolic substrate without destabilization. The rituals don't do anything in a literal sense, but they provide a framework for individuals to experience pattern awareness safely, in controlled settings, with guidance from those who've successfully navigated the experience before. Bryant studied the documents. Masonic ritual used symbols that appeared in the earliest treaty frameworks: the square and compass, the checkered floor, the pillars. Not because Masons knew about the treaties, but because the patterns themselves generated these symbols in any system that attempted to formalize the relationship between individual consciousness and cosmic order. So secret societies are what? Pressure release valves? Ritual containers, Margaret corrected. Humans have always intuited that there are patterns larger than individual understanding. Secret societies formalize that intuition. They let people participate in something archetypal without requiring them to consciously understand the full architecture. And the prior signatories encourage this. They don't need to. The patterns generate these structures automatically when human societies reach certain complexity thresholds. Humans create ritual systems the way bodies create immune responses. It's adaptive architecture emerging from the underlying pattern framework. Bryant sat with that. So we're, what, cultists? All of us? We're participants, Margaret said, whether we know it or not. The question the amendment raises is whether we should have the choice to stop participating. He began noticing it everywhere. Corporate logos using ancient symbols of protection and prosperity. National flags encoding geometric patterns that resonated with tribal identity mechanisms. Even internet memes, the most modern form of communication, following distribution patterns that match the spread of myths in oral cultures. The prior signatories didn't need to intervene constantly. They'd front-loaded the patterns 40,000 years ago. Human psychology would perpetuate them automatically, unless humanity chose otherwise. The symbolic autonomy clause hearings began in November, in a facility Bryant had been told was a neutral space, physically located on no nation's territory, accessed through legal jurisdictions that answered to no contemporary government. Representatives came from institutions he'd never heard of: the Hereditary Council, the Mythic Preservation Society, the Order of Continuous Memory, each one a lineage organization, families who had maintained treaty awareness for generations. Bryant was there as lead counsel for the amendment proposal. He hadn't chosen this role, it had been assigned. Margaret had explained it with tired certainty. Your bloodline makes you suitable. You carry the legal sensitivity. That revelation had come 3 weeks earlier, delivered in a manila folder containing genealogical research Bryant hadn't requested. His family line tracked back through attorneys, judges and legal scholars, an unbroken chain extending to medieval chancery officials, Roman advocati, and beyond into periods where record-keeping became symbolic. He was, apparently, exactly what he seemed, a man bred across millennia to negotiate the terms of human existence. The knowledge had done something to him, not changed him, revealed him. His skepticism, his emotional distance, his perfect comfort with abstract legal frameworks, all of it inheritance. Neurological, family had maintained treaty awareness since the Magna Carta, stood to deliver her testimony. She had been a vocal opponent of the amendment. Halfway through her statement she stopped. Her face went blank. Not unconscious, conscious but empty, like a computer awaiting input. Then she spoke, but the voice wasn't hers. The pattern recognizes error. The amendment contains misalignment, processing consequences. Bryant felt the temperature in the room drop. Not literally, though that too, but metaphysically, as if meaning itself had suddenly become negotiable. Victoria's body remained standing for 17 seconds, then she collapsed. She was alive, but changed. When she regained consciousness, she couldn't explain what had happened. She remembered her positions on the treaty, her arguments against the amendment, but she couldn't articulate why they mattered. The emotional resonance was gone, the mythic weight. She was, in a very precise sense, severed from pattern. The hearings continued, but everything had shifted. The prior signatories had demonstrated something. They could withdraw coherence individually, selectively, surgically, not as threat, as information. This is what autonomy looks like, the gesture said. Humanity cut loose from archetypal meaning, functional, alive, but fundamentally disconnected from the frameworks that made existence feel significant. The amendment was withdrawn by week's end, but something had broken. Over the next 18 months, similar incidents occurred across the globe. People in positions of symbolic authority, religious leaders, judges, political philosophers, experiencing sudden pattern severing. Not many, perhaps 300 worldwide. Each one emerged functional but transformed. They could no longer feel the pull of tradition, the weight of legitimacy, the resonance of sacred narrative. They continued their roles, but mechanically. The meaning was gone. Sociologists called it a new form of depression. Neurologists found no physical abnormalities. Psychiatrists noted that the affected individuals weren't suffering exactly. They were simply indifferent to the frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. Bryant recognized it immediately. The prior signatories were demonstrating the cost of the amendment at scale. Not punishment, education. Margaret met him in a cafe in Brussels, one of those anonymous European spaces where lawyers and bureaucrats conducted the world's actual business. "They're showing us what we asked for," she said. "Humanity wanted to see what symbolic autonomy looks like. They're providing examples. People are being damaged. People are being freed," Margaret corrected. "That's the point. Freedom from archetypal influence means freedom from meaning. You can't have one without the other." Bryant ordered coffee he wouldn't drink. There has to be a middle path. There isn't. That's what the treaties established. Either humans remain within the symbolic frameworks the prior signatories helped create, or we don't. Gradual withdrawal is impossible. Meaning doesn't work that way. It's structural, binary. So we're trapped. We're protected. Bryant looked at her across the small table. Margaret Bell, whose age he still couldn't determine, whose title was Historical Compliance Officer, whose family had probably maintained treaty awareness since before China was China. "Do you ever resent them?" he asked. "Every day," she said, "and I'm grateful every day. That's the burden of understanding the architecture." The meeting that would determine everything took place in a location Bryant would never be able to properly remember. Not because of any imposed amnesia, but because the space existed in a jurisdictional grey zone, technically accessible but semantically unstable. The three participants, Bryant Marr, representing human legal interests, the witness, whose role remained ambiguous, and something that manifested as a geometric configuration of symbols, the closest thing to direct communication with the prior signatories anyone had achieved in recorded history. The proposal on the table was new, drafted over 6 months of consultation with the world's deepest continuity organisations, Voluntary Disengagement Protocol. The prior signatories would not withdraw, but they would allow humans to opt out individually, irreversibly. Anyone who chose symbolic autonomy could be severed from the archetypal frameworks. They would retain consciousness, agency, function, but would lose access to the meaning structures that made existence feel mythically significant. A personal choice, not a species-level decision. The geometric symbol configuration responded. Bryant had learned to read the basic syntax, angles indicating degrees of acceptance, recursive patterns showing conditional agreement. The response was clear, acceptable, with conditions. The conditions materialized as new symbolic formations. Condition 1. Individuals choosing. Disengagement must understand the choice is permanent. No return to mythic coherence. Condition 2. The process requires witnessing. Each disengagement must be legally documented, creating a new category of personhood outside the treaty framework. Condition 3. Bryant Marr must be the first. He read the condition 3 times. Why me? He asked the configuration. The response appeared not as symbol, but as sensation, a direct impression in his consciousness, the only time a prior signatory had communicated with him so intimately. You carry the lineage most suited to documentation. Your disengagement will establish the legal precedent. You are, in every sense, the bridge between compliance and autonomy. Your choice determines viability. Bryant looked at the witness. She nodded. This is why you were assigned to continuity review, she said quietly. Your bloodline was bred to negotiate, but also to witness. You're capable of leaving the framework precisely because you understand it completely. The weight of it settled on him. Not emotional weight, he was still too deep in shock for that, but logical weight, structural weight. If he accepted disengagement, he would prove the system could be left voluntarily. He would become the first human in 40,000 years to exist outside mythic influence. No archetypal resonance, no sacred significance, no pattern-driven meaning. He would be free, and he would be alone in a way no human had been since the treaties were signed. What happens to my work? He asked. My practice. You continue, Margaret said from somewhere behind him. He hadn't noticed her arrive. You continue to practice law, but it will feel different. Law will be purely procedural for you. No mystical authority, no sense of justice as something ordained, just contracts and consequences. Will I lose the ability to care? No. You'll lose the ability to feel that caring matters at a cosmic level. Your ethics will be yours alone, not echoes of archetypal patterns. Bryant thought about his 23 years of practice, the satisfaction he'd found in properly executed agreements, the pleasure of containing chaos through clear contractual language, all of it built on foundations he hadn't known existed. He thought about the 300 individuals who'd already been severed, the experiments in autonomy. They were functional, successful even. But reports suggested they existed in a kind of existential isolation, unable to connect with the symbolic frameworks that organized everyone else's reality. He would join them, and by joining them, make their condition legitimate, create a legal category for the mythically autonomous. If I do this, he said slowly, and it works, if humans can choose disengagement without destabilization, what happens to the treaties? The geometric configuration shifted, and Bryant felt the response in his chest. The treaties become voluntary at individual scale. Humanity as a species remains protected. Individual humans can leave. Over time, 2 populations emerge, those within pattern, those without. Coexistence replaces management. And if that coexistence fails, it will, eventually, but that failure will be yours to own. The procedure was simpler than Bryant expected. A single document, a declaration of voluntary disengagement, signed in the presence of the witness and documented in the perpetuity archive. The signing itself required one additional element. Bryant had to articulate precisely what he was choosing to leave behind. Not just abstractly, specifically. Name the archetypal patterns he was severing himself from. Margaret provided the list. compiled from 40,000 years of treaty documentation, the hero's journey, the divine parent, the sacred marriage, the descent and return, the scapegoat, the trickster, the wise elder, the innocent child, the great mother, the terrible father, the promised land, the golden age, the apocalypse, the resurrection. 27 core patterns in total, the mythic geometries that organised human meaning across all cultures, all eras. Bryant read each one aloud, clearly stating, "I relinquish symbolic participation in this pattern. I accept functional existence without mythic resonance." The witness countersigned. The document was sealed. For 17 seconds, nothing happened. Then Bryant felt it. Not as loss, exactly, but as a kind of clarification. The world remained visually identical. Sounds, sensations, physical reality, all unchanged, but the significance was gone. He looked at Margaret and she was just a woman, not a guardian of ancient wisdom, not a representative of timeless continuity, just a person with a job, aging, tired, mortal. He looked at the documents on the table and they were just paper and ink, not sacred, not binding at cosmic level, just agreements, contingent and revocable. He looked at his own hands and they were just hands, not tools of destiny, not instruments of scale. The autonomous built differently. Their organisations were purely contractual, their ethics self-generated, their sense of purpose entirely constructed. They experienced existence as contingent, meaningful only at the level they chose to make it meaningful. Neither population was happier than the other. Neither was more moral, more successful, more fulfilled. They were simply different. The treaties remained in effect for the patterned. The prior signatories continued their subtle guidance, adjusting archetypal flows during threshold moments. But now humans could leave that framework voluntarily. The cage door was open. Some chose freedom, most did not. Bryant Marr lived another 47 years after his disengagement. He continued practicing law. His work was considered exemplary, perhaps more precise than before, if somewhat colder. He never married. He maintained no close friendships. He found satisfaction in procedural excellence and nothing more. He did not regret his choice. Regret required mythic framework, the sense that choices mattered at levels beyond consequence. He had relinquished that, but he did occasionally experience something like curiosity about what he had lost. Late in his life, he attended a patterned funeral, a colleague from before his disengagement. The ceremony was traditional, filled with ritual and symbolic gesture. The mourners wept not just for personal loss, but for something larger, the archetypal pain of separation, death as mythic threshold. Bryant understood the forms, he recognised the patterns, but he felt nothing. As he watched them mourn, he realised they were not more deluded than him. They were not less free. They were simply operating in a different framework, one that made suffering meaningful, that transformed pain into narrative, that connected individual experience to cosmic pattern. He had chosen clarity. They had chosen resonance. Neither choice was wrong. The final document in Bryant Marr's personal archive was found after his death. It was sealed, marked for opening only 50 years following his passing. When the seal was broken, the document contained 3 sentences. Influence may be inherited. Consent must be remembered. Freedom is not stability. Below that, in smaller text, a question. Can a species be mature enough to choose its own immaturity? The prior signatories never answered, but then they never had to. The treaty remained open. The choice remained available. And humanity, as always, continued. Some within pattern, some without. All of them navigating the strange territory between necessity and autonomy, between meaning and freedom, between the comfort of mythic coherence and the terrible dignity of self-determination. The universe observed, unimpressed and patient. Consciousness continued its stumbling experiment, and in the space between archetypal influence and human agency, something new began slowly, impossibly, to emerge. The end. Solar Warden, Guardians of the Ancients. The Solar Warden slid through the interstitial void between star systems like a predator sighing in its sleep. She was a ghost ship, a rumour whispered in the highest echelons of Earth's unified command, a dreadnought built in secret orbital docks, crewed by the forgotten and the exceptional. Her skin was a metamaterial composite that drank light and sensor pings, rendering her effectively invisible against the star-strewn canvas. Her purpose, proactive defence, galactic peacekeeping of a sort unsanctioned by public treaties, a silent guardian against threats humanity wasn't yet prepared to acknowledge. Inside her pressurised, artificially gravitated hull, the low thrum of the quantum entanglement drive was a constant companion, a reminder of the impossible distances spanned. Commander Riker Thorne stood on the command deck, the holographic projection of the Cygnus X1 region shimmering before him like captured nebulae. His face, etched with the lines of 100 campaigns fought in shadows, was illuminated by the soft blues and purples of the display. He was a man forged in the quiet crucibles of deep space, his authority absolute, his burden immense. The Warden was more than a ship. She was an extension of his will, a fortress monastery dedicated to vigilance. Then the calm shattered. A priority alert klaxon, rarely used, cut through the bridge's low hum. Not an external sensor ping, but a directed high-bandwidth transmission slicing through subspace chatter aimed directly at the Warden's clandestine frequency. Signal origin? Thorne's voice was calm, cutting through the sudden tension. Triangulating. Sector 7G. Kaelaris system, sir, reported the comms officer, Lieutenant Eva Rostova, her fingers flying across her console. It's old. Kaela Dominion encryption. Ancient dialect. High-priority distress protocol. Kaelaris. The name resonated with a near-mythical weight. Home of the Kaelar, the elder race who had, according to fragmented histories and recovered xeno-artifacts, shielded a nascent humanity millennia ago. They were architects of wonders, masters of bioengineering and gravitational manipulation, a civilization that had faded into legend, withdrawing into isolation centuries before Earth achieved interstellar travel. The message, once decrypted by the Warden's formidable AI core, painted a grim picture. Kaelaris wasn't just fading, it was dying. A creeping genetic entropy, a slow decay woven into their very DNA over generations, was rendering them sterile, shortening lifespans. But worse, far worse, was the immediate catalyst for the distress call. The Draelith swarm had returned. The Draelith. Another name dredged from the darkest corners of forgotten galactic lore. A biomechanical plague, thought eradicated in a war that had scarred nebulae before human ancestors climbed down from trees. They were locusts forged from necrotized flesh and adaptive. Alloys, consuming, converting, driven by a cold, networked intelligence that defied understanding. They didn't conquer. They assimilated worlds into their grotesque, clattering whole. Commander, Rostova added, her voice tight, the signal confirms a full-scale planetary assault. Planetary defense grid failing. They specifically request Solar Warden intervention. They know who we are, sir. They're asking for protection of the royal bloodline and assistance preventing total bio-collapse. Thorne processed this rapidly. Orders from Earth High Command were implicit. Maintain secrecy, observe, never interfere directly with elder race affairs unless humanity itself was threatened. But the Kalar had been protectors, and the Drelith threatened everything. This wasn't a local conflict, it was the potential resurgence of an apocalypse. Helm, set course for Kalaris, maximum sustained velocity. Engage void cloaking protocols, Thorn commanded. Communications. Acknowledge the signal. Authentication code Thorn Alpha Sigma. Message. Solar Warden en route. Hold fast. The journey was a tense passage through warped space, the Warden a silent knife cutting towards a dying star. As they approached, the long-range sensors painted a horrifying tableau. Kailaris, once described in recovered texts as a jewel of emerald continents and sapphire seas, was shrouded in orbital chaos. Drelith hive ships, jagged agglomerations of dark metal and pulsating organic matter swarmed the planet, their smaller attack craft raining down fire. Flickering energy shields buckled and failed across the surface. Thorn ordered the Warden into a high-orbit stealth trajectory, using Kailaris' largest moon as cover. He dispatched cloaked reconnaissance drones, their feeds relaying images of cities under siege, crystalline structures shattered by biomechanical artillery, and swarms of chittering Drelith ground units overwhelming Kalar defenders clad in elegant but clearly failing energy armour. A secure channel opened directly from the Kalar Royal Citadel, bypassing the planetary chaos. The face that appeared on Thorn's private monitor was ancient, noble, and etched with profound weariness. High King Varial. His eyes, luminous and wise, held the weight of a dying civilization. "Commander Thorn," Varial's voice was resonant though strained. "Your arrival honours forgotten pacts, but time bleeds away. The Swarm, they are relentless. Our blight weakens us, our weapons falter." "High King Variel," Thorn replied, his voice respectful but firm. "Solar Warden is here to assist. What is the strategic situation? What can we do?" Variel's image flickered. "Our doom is twofold. The genetic decay accelerates under stress. Soon there will be none left fit to rule, or even to remember. But the Drelith, they seek more than mere conquest. They seek the heart of our legacy." He paused, gathering strength. "There is a contingency, a last resort forged in the Age of Sundering when the Drelith first rose." Thorn leaned forward. "Tell me." "Deep beneath our sacred sites," Variel revealed, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "lie dormant the Titan Sentinels. 5 biomechanical constructs of immense power, relics of a race that preceded even us. They sleep, awaiting awakening." Thorn felt a chill despite the bridge's regulated temperature. Technology from before the Kalar? "These sentinels," Variel continued, "require pilots, beings capable of neural synchronization. Our current generation, the blight affects the mind's resonance. We cannot interface, but perhaps your kind can." He gestured weakly. "They are keyed to our royal lineage, activated by 5 crystal keys hidden across Kalaris in places of power and peril. Find the keys, Commander. Find pilots who can withstand the neural load. Awaken the Titans." A diagram bloomed beside Variel's image. 5 colossal, distinct mechanical forms, one sleek and winged, another broad-shouldered and bristling with ground-pounders, a third radiating defensive energy fields, a fourth shimmering with stealth technology, the last glowing with internal fire. "Alone, they are formidable," Variel explained. "But their true power lies in unity. Once bonded, once synchronized, the 5 can merge. They become the Pantheon Ascendant, a construct of unimaginable defensive power, capable of purging the Swarm." Thorn stared at the schematics, the scale almost unbelievable. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a legend made manifest. a desperate gamble hinging on forgotten technology and untested human pilots. "The Draelith must not reach them, Commander," Variol pleaded, his image distorting with nearby impacts. "They must not defile what guarded the galaxy." The transmission abruptly cut out, replaced by static. Thorne stood silent for a moment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Protect a bloodline, prevent collapse, and awaken mythical war machines? The mission parameters had just escalated exponentially. He turned to his bridge crew, his expression grim but resolute. "Lieutenant Rostova, assemble mission profiles for 5 potential Titan interfaces based on psychological and neurological compatibility scores. Prioritize adaptability, resilience, and empathy." He tapped the schematic of the Pantheon Ascendant. "Major Jian, prepare Omega Lance for immediate deployment. Multiple high-risk retrieval operations, hostile territory, heavy resistance expected. We're going key hunting." The Solar Warden shifted from silent guardian to active participant. Below, on the dying world of Kalaris, the darkness deepened, but a desperate, impossible hope had just been ignited. The selection process was swift, brutal, and data-driven. The Solar Warden's AI, Janus, cross-reference combat records, psych profiles, simulator scores, and neurological scans against the fragmented Kala data on Titan synchronization. Commander Thorne reviewed the final candidates, seeking not just skill, but a specific kind of synergy, a blend of individual strength that might, just might, resonate together under unimaginable pressure. First chosen was Lieutenant Lucas Watts. Quiet, almost unnervingly perceptive, Watts possessed an empathic intuition that bordered on the precognitive in battlefield scenarios. He saw patterns others missed, anticipated enemy movements by sensing the ebb and flow of conflict itself. Janus flagged him for Valkyries, the winged aerial titan, whose systems required a pilot sensitive to atmospheric currents and multi-vector threats. Watts accepted the assignment with a solemn nod, his thoughtful gaze already calculating trajectories through Kalaris's war-torn skies. Next came Captain Zach Cross, Watts's polar opposite. Loud, fiercely competitive and pathologically brave, Cross was the Warden's premier hand-to-hand combatant and thrived in the visceral chaos of close quarters battle. His humour, often dark, was a shield against the horrors he'd witnessed. He was assigned Brontis, the ground-pounding assault titan, a behemoth of armour and ordnance. Cross grinned, cracking his knuckles. "Someone's got to punch these metal bugs back where they crawled from, right?" Ensign Dax Moreno was the anomaly, the youngest, a prodigy plucked from Earth's advanced engineering corps. Moreno saw systems, energy flows, and subspace mechanics the way composers heard music. Brilliant, occasionally overwhelmed by the military structure but unparalleled in improvisation, he was matched with Stratos, the shield-bearing support titan. Its complex energy matrix and defensive systems demanded an intuitive understanding of technology. Moreno nervously adjusted his glasses, muttering about Kyla power conduits potentially violating known physics. Lieutenant Rico Fenn was an enigma, even among the Warden's clandestine crew. A former Black Ops sniper and deep cover operative, Fenn moved with silent grace and spoke only when necessary. Her analytical mind processed threats with chilling efficiency. She was the logical choice for Nocturne, the stealth titan, capable of cloaking and infiltration. Fenn simply inclined her head, her dark eyes unreadable, already assessing angles of approach and Draelith sensor capabilities. Rounding out the team was Commander Maddox Reeve, the veteran. An ex-mech pilot from Earth's earlier, clunkier conflicts, Reeve carried the quiet authority of someone who had seen it all and survived. Calm under extreme fire, pragmatic, he was the bedrock. He was assigned Pyrus, the Fire Core Titan, whose internal plasma reactor and thermal weaponry required disciplined control. Reeve, his weathered face impassive, stated, "Understood. Let's get 'em warmed up." While the Chosen Five began intensive neural conditioning in Kayla DeepMind simulators, holographic chambers that plunged their consciousness into simulations of the Titans' unique interfaces and Kayla history, Thorn deployed Omega Lance. Led by Major Gian, a stern tactician, and including Thorn's longtime friend and second-in-command, Sergeant Harlan Cruz, the Lance was tasked with retrieving the 5 crystal keys. The missions were harrowing descents into hell. The Sky Bastion key was housed within a derelict Kayla weather control platform, perpetually shrouded in violent electrified storms. Omega Lance repelled from cloaked shuttles, battling hurricane-force winds and automated lightning defences, Drelith skitter fighters dogfighting them amidst the clouds. They secured the Sky Key just as the platform began to tear itself apart. For the Obsidian Depths Key, they descended into volcanic caverns near Calaris' molten core. Rivers of lava illuminated Cyclopean Kayla structures. Ancient flame sentinels, stone guardians animated by geothermal heat, activated alongside Drelith burrowing units adapted to extreme temperatures. Explosions echoed in the suffocating heat as the team fought their way to a basalt altar, retrieving the Obsidian Key moments before a Drelith demolition charge brought the cavern roof down. The Whispering Hollow presented a different challenge. A sprawling jungle temple complex overgrown and saturated with residual Kayla psychic energy. The air itself seemed to hum, creating illusions, dredging up buried fears, turning squad mates against each other in paranoid hallucinations. Drelith stalkers, adapted for stealth, used the psychic miasma as cover. Major Gian, relying on hardened mental discipline, guided the team through the psychic battlefield to claim the jungle key from the heart of a colossal, petrified tree. Starspire Keep was an ice fortress carved into a mountain peak, where temperatures plummeted to near absolute zero. The Kayla architect had employed sound-based traps, resonant frequencies that could shatter armour, induce vertigo, or trigger localized sonic booms. Drelith, forces, seemingly immune, used the acoustic chaos to their advantage. Omega Lance navigated the treacherous soundscape, disabling harmonic resonators while fighting frost-coated Drelith warriors, finally recovering the Glacier Key from a cryo-locked chamber. The final mission targeted the Vault of Echoes, a vast archive complex submerged beneath a murky, polluted ocean trench, already heavily infested by Drelith. Sonar-reactive Drelith submersibles patrolled the crushing depths. Omega Lance utilized specialized aquatic assault gear, navigating flooded corridors and dodging pressure-sensitive mines. Inside the central archive chamber, they located the vault key, but the Drelith sprung an ambush, sealing the exits and flooding the compartment. Sergeant Harlan Cruz, a burly man whose loyalty to Thorn was legendary, saw the closing hydrostatic doors and the Drelith heavy units advancing. He shoved the recovered vault key into Major Jean's hand. "Get it to the commander, go!" Before Jean could protest, Cruz activated demolition charges on his own suit's power core, creating a blinding explosion and a shockwave that momentarily stunned the Drelith and blasted open a secondary escape route for the rest of the team. He was consumed in the blast, sacrificing himself to ensure the final key reached the surface. Omega Lance returned to the Solar Warden, battered, exhausted, but successful. They brought the 5 crystal keys, shimmering, intricately faceted stones pulsing with contained energy, but they also brought the heavy news of Cruz's death. Thorn received the keys and the report with stoic grief, the loss of his friend a palpable weight on the command deck. There was no time for mourning, only grim resolve. The pilots had completed their initial sync training, reporting strange, dreamlike connections to the dormant machines. The keys were secured. The next phase was about to begin. the awakening. The descent was like travelling back through geological time. Ancient Kayla tram lines, reactivated after millennia of silence, carried the 5 pilots deep into the planet's crust. Each line terminated in a colossal cavern, meticulously engineered, housing one of the dormant Titan sentinels. The air hummed with latent power, the rock walls inscribed with faded glyphs depicting star charts and celestial events unknown to human history. Lucas Watts arrived first, stepping out onto a platform overlooking Valkyries. The aerial Titan rested on its haunches like a gargantuan biomechanical raptor, wings folded, its surface a seamless blend of obsidian-like plating and what looked disturbingly like dormant sinew. Its cockpit, a crystalline bubble set into the head, glowed faintly as Watts approached. Zach Cross found Brontis standing sentinel in a cavern, fortified like a subterranean bunker. The ground assault Titan was pure brutalism. Thick armour, massive articulated fists, shoulder-mounted cannons the size of tanks. It radiated sheer power, a coiled spring of destruction. Dax Moreno gaped at Stratos, the defence support Titan. It was broader, less overtly aggressive, its surfaces studded with emitters and intricate energy conduits. It resembled a mobile fortress, anchored in a chamber that seemed designed to channel and amplify planetary energy fields. Rico Fenn materialised from the shadows of her tramcar before Nocturne. The stealth Titan was slender, angular, its surfaces shifting and refractive, absorbing the ambient light. It looked less like a machine and more like solidified shadow, perched ready to vanish. Maddox Reeves stood before Pyros, the fire core Titan. Housed in a heat-shielded cavern near a magma conduit, Pyros pulsed with internal warmth. Vents along its limbs glowed cherry red, and its core emanated a low, powerful thrum, hinting at the controlled inferno within. Following Kayla instructions relayed via Thorn, each pilot presented their respective crystal key to an interface port on their Titan. Valkyris took the Sky Key, Brontis the Obsidian Key, Stratus the Jungle Key, Nocturne the Glacier Key, and Pyros the Vault Key. As the final key slotted home, a deep resonant hum filled the chambers, echoing up the tram lines and causing seismic tremors across Kalaris. Light surged through the Titans. Glyphs etched into their armour blazed with energy. Joints hissed as dormant actuators powered up. Cockpits illuminated, displaying Kayla symbology alongside translated readouts. One by one, the colossal machines stirred, optics flaring to life like newborn stars. The pilots, strapped into their command couches, felt the neural interface ignite, not just data streams, but a torrent of sensation, instinct and ancient memory flooding their minds. It was exhilarating and terrifying, like merging consciousness with a sleeping god. Watts felt the wind currents of Kalaris across Valkyries' wings, cross the tectonic rumble beneath Brontis' feet. Moreno sensed the planet's energy grid through Stratos, Fenn the electromagnetic spectrum via Nocturne sensors, Reeve the geothermal heat flowing into Pyros. Initial field tests, conducted within designated subterranean zones, showcased the Sentinel's staggering capabilities. Valkyris soared through simulated canyons, its energy cannons carving arcs of light. Brontis pulverized simulated Draelith armor with contemptuous ease. Stratos generated localized shield barriers capable of deflecting immense kinetic force. Nocturne flickered in and out of visibility, executing silent takedowns. Pyros unleashed controlled bursts of plasma that melted rock. But coordination proved instantly problematic. The Titans were individuals, extensions of their pilots' distinct personalities, and the ancient machine spirits now awakening within them. Cross's aggressive charges sometimes left Moreno's Stratos exposed. Fenn's stealth maneuvers occasionally left her isolated. Watt struggled to translate his tactical overview into commands the others could instinctively follow. Reeves' methodical pace sometimes clashed with Cross's impulsiveness. They were 5 powerful solos, not yet a symphony. Their precarious learning curve was shattered by catastrophe. Alarms blared aboard the solar Warden. "Commander," Major Jean reported, her voice strained. "Multiple breaches. The outer planetary shield network has collapsed. Draelith hive carriers are breaking atmosphere en masse. They're concentrating on the Royal Citadel." On the surface, chaos erupted. Draelith drop pods rained down like meteors, disgorging hordes of biomechanical monstrosities into the heart of the Kyla capital. Elegant spires crumbled under relentless bombardment. Desperate Kayla warriors fought and died in the crystalline streets. Then came the unthinkable. A single, high-yield Draelith energy beam, impossibly precise, lanced down from orbit, bypassing the failing city shields and striking the Citadel's central spire, the royal chamber. Communications went dead. Moments later, a fragmented emergency broadcast reached the Warden. Princess Kalia, Variel's daughter, her face smeared with soot, regal composure fractured by grief and fury, appeared briefly. "The king, King Variel is dead, assassinated. I have assumed command." Her transmission cut out. Simultaneously, Janus flagged a massive energy surge deep beneath the Kayla capital, originating directly below the Royal Citadel's foundations. Cross-referencing with Kayla historical data retrieved during the pilot's sync training, Thorne realised the horrifying truth. "They knew," Thorne breathed, staring at the tactical display. "The assassination wasn't just regicide, it was a diversion." He pointed to the energy signature. "That location, according to Kayla legend, it's the Convergence Vault, the very place where the Pantheon Ascendant was first forged during the Age of Sundering. The Draelith aren't just here to conquer Calaris. They want to capture the forging site, perhaps harness its power, or prevent the Pantheon Ascendant from ever forming again." The stakes had escalated beyond planetary defence. This was now a race to secure ancient power, with the fate of the galaxy potentially hanging in the balance. "Pilots," Thorne's voice broadcast directly into their neural interfaces, overriding the sensory flood. "The king is dead. The Draelith are targeting the Convergence Vault beneath the capital. Training is over. Deploy immediately. Your objectives are sector-specific defence. Prevent the Draelith from reaching the vault at all costs. Go." The 5 Titans, newly awakened and barely tested, rose from their subterranean cradles, ascending towards a world engulfed in total war. The surface of Calaris was a canvas of destruction. Smoke choked the skies, casting the besieged capital city in a perpetual blood-red twilight. Draelith forces swarmed through shattered avenues, their chittering movements and grinding mechanics, an alien cacophony against the Kayla architectural elegance. Into this inferno, the 5 Titan Sentinels deployed, each a towering figure of defiance against the encroaching swarm. Lieutenant Lucas Watts, Valkyries, launched directly into the upper atmosphere. Valkyries unfolded its vast wings, soaring above the ionosphere where massive Draelith skyhive carriers disgorged endless waves of smaller fighters. Watts, feeling the thin air and the brutal vacuum beyond through Valkyries' senses, became a whirlwind of aerial combat. His empathic intuition allowed him to anticipate the swarm tactics, dodging energy blasts, weaving through fighter formations, his Titan's cannons vaporizing Draelith craft with pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't just flying a machine, he was the storm, defending the orbital approaches. Captain Zach Cross, Brontis, deployed directly into the capital's heavily fortified canyon wall sector. Brontis met the Draelith head-on. Mech tank divisions, spider-like walkers, Spitting plasma and waves of scuttling ground drones surged towards the breach. Cross roared into the comms, a mix of battle cries and crude jokes as Brontis charged. Fists like wrecking balls shattered Draelith armour, shoulder cannons obliterated entire formations, seismic stomps cracked the very ground beneath his enemies. He was a blunt instrument, a furious bulwark holding the line, thriving in the glorious, brutal chaos. "Come on, you rusty buckets! Who's next?" Ensign Dax Moreno, Stratos. Positioned centrally behind the main defence lines, Stratos became the city's shield. Moreno, initially overwhelmed, quickly found his rhythm, his mind merging with the Titan's complex energy systems. He diverted planetary power, projecting immense shimmering energy barriers that absorbed Draelith artillery bombardments, protecting Kalar civilian shelters and reinforcing collapsing structures. He rerouted power surges, fed targeting data to Kalar defense towers still operational, and occasionally unleashed focused energy pulses to disrupt Draelith command signals. He was the unsung anchor, preventing total collapse. Lieutenant Rico Fenn, Nocturne. While the others engaged in open warfare, Nocturne flickered into invisibility, slipping through Draelith lines like a phantom. Fenn, calm and methodical, navigated the treacherous cityscape, avoiding sensor nets and patrols. Her objective: locate and disable the Draelith forward command posts coordinating the ground assault and, crucially, the localized warp gates reinforcing their numbers. Utilizing Nocturne's infiltration tools and her own Black Ops expertise, she became a saboteur, planting disruption charges, slicing communication arrays, and silently eliminating key Draelith synapse commanders before vanishing back into the shadows. Commander Maddox Reeve, Pyros. Reeve's mission was perhaps the most critical and dangerous. Draelith scans had detected a major planetary fault line beneath the capital near the Convergence Vault. They were attempting to plant a deep-core magma bomb, intending to destabilize the entire region and potentially trigger a catastrophic volcanic event, destroying the vault and half the continent. Pyros descended into the searing heat of the planet's crust, navigating fissures and magma flows. Reeve, relying on his veteran discipline, used Pyros's thermal lances to cauterize breaches, its fire core energy to neutralize Draelith drilling units, fighting in an environment where a single misstep meant incandescent oblivion. He was the steady hand preventing planetary self-destruction. Despite their individual successes, the Draelith tide was relentless. The sheer numbers were overwhelming. Coordination breakdowns between the pilots, amplified by the stress and sensory overload, led to near disasters. Cross's overzealous advance nearly flanked Moreno. Watts, pinned down by a carrier's main weapon, couldn't provide air support for Fenn's extraction, Reeve reported, increasing Draelith reinforcements near the fault line. They were holding, but barely. The Draelith were adapting, learning, focusing their efforts. It was then that Princess Kalia, coordinating the desperate Kalar defense from a hidden bunker, managed to transmit a vital package directly to Commander Thorne aboard the Solar Warden, who relayed it instantly to the pilots. It wasn't tactical data. It was ancient Kalar scrolls, digitized under fire, their surfaces covered in intricate glyphs, depicting the 5 Titans merging into one colossal form. Pilots, Kalia's voice, ragged but resolute, echoed through their neural link. The scrolls describe the Synedrian Ascala, the Pantheon Ascendant Protocol. It is not merely a mechanical combination. It requires alignment, a merging of will, spirit, and memory. The first pilots achieved it through shared vulnerability, a psychic resonance born of absolute trust. Thorne's voice followed hers, urgent. She's right. The Kalar data confirms it. The final stage isn't technological, it's psychological, emotional. You have to synchronize on a deeper level, Drop your barriers. Trust each other. Completely. A moment of charged silence hung between the 5 pilots, scattered across the war zone, fighting for their lives. Trust. Vulnerability. With bombs falling, comrades dying, and ancient machines screaming in their minds. It was Watts, the quiet empath, who spoke first, his voice strained but clear through the link, broadcasting not just words but the feeling behind them, the fear beneath his tactical calm. Valkyris feels isolated up here. I can see everything, but I can't be everywhere. I need your eyes on the ground, Cross. Your shields, Moreno. Cross surprisingly didn't joke. Yeah, well, Brontis is taking a pounding. Could use some cover fire, Skyboy. And Dax, keep those shields up, kid. You're doing good. Moreno, his voice trembling slightly, replied, Energy levels critical. Draelith adapting. I can't hold this sector alone for much longer. Fenn's clipped tones followed. Multiple command nodes disabled. Heavy resistance converging on Pyros's position. Reeve needs support. Reeve's steady voice anchored them. Acknowledged. Pressure intense. Holding the line, but Fenn is right. The primary drill is almost in position. He paused. We do this together, or not at all. Cruz didn't die for nothing. Harlan Cruz. The name resonated. The shared loss. The shared purpose. In that moment, amidst the carnage, something shifted. Defences lowered, not physical shields, but mental ones. The bravado, the detachment, the fear, the determination, it all flowed across the neural network, raw and unfiltered. They felt each other's struggles, strengths and anxieties. Empathy surged, forging connections stronger than any data link. A new energy signature flared from the 5 Titans, detected instantly by the Solar Warden. Commander, Jean exclaimed, energy cascade, it's starting. Across Kalaris, the 5 sentinels began to glow with an intense harmonic light. Valkyris descended from the sky. Brontis rose from the canyons. Stratos pulsed with power. Nocturne shimmered into visibility. Pyros ascended from the depths. Drawn by an invisible force, they converged over the ravaged capital city. Energy tendrils lashed out, connecting wing to shoulder, shield to fist, stealth plate to fire core. Metal flowed and reshaped, systems integrated. 5 minds, 5 machine spirits, 5 pilots bound by shared vulnerability and desperate purpose, merged into something far greater. With a shockwave that rippled across the planet, the Pantheon Ascendant took form, a colossal humanoid figure easily dwarfing the largest Draelith ships, radiating an aura of pure incandescent energy, the size of a city. It was a beacon of impossible hope against the encroaching darkness. The ascent was complete. The formation of the Pantheon Ascendant sent a visible pulse of energy across Kalaris, momentarily stunning the Draelith swarm. Their networked intelligence faltered, individual units pausing mid-stride, fighters veering off course. It was a brief respite, but enough for the colossal construct to orient itself. Inside the integrated command core, a space that felt both impossibly vast and intimately connected, the 5 pilots experienced true unity. They saw through each other's eyes, felt the thrum of combined power, thought and reacted as one entity. Watts's tactical overview guided Cross's ferocious strikes. Moreno managed the immense energy flow powering Reeve's amplified thermal weapons, while Fenn directed stealth fields and pinpoint targeting solutions. Their target coalesced from the chaos, the Hive Sovereign. It wasn't a single ship, but a monstrous entity. A living island formed from thousands of fused Draelith war beasts, biocruisers, and corrupted Kala technology scavenged over millennia, all bound by the will of a central ancient Draelith intelligence. It pulsed with dark energy, bristling with weapons capable of cracking continents, its shadow falling over the ruined capital. The Pantheon Ascendant launched itself into battle. The scale was mythological, a god forged from human will and ancient Kala science against a biomechanical nightmare composed of galactic wreckage. The clash began over the shattered city, energy beams thicker than skyscrapers crisscrossing the smoke-filled sky. The Pantheon Ascendant moved with surprising grace for its size, deflecting swarms of Draelith fighters with localized energy shields managed by Moreno's intuition, while Cross, controlling the primary limbs, delivered blows that shattered entire sections of the Sovereign's carapace. Reeve channeled Pyros's core through integrated emitters, bathing sections of the Sovereign in plasma fire, while Watts anticipated the Sovereign's shifting attack patterns, guiding the Pantheon Ascendant through incoming barrages. Fenn identified and targeted critical synapse nodes deep within the Sovereign's mass. The battle raged, levelling already ruined districts. The shockwaves felt in orbit where the Solar Warden provided crucial support. Thorn, coordinating desperately, ordered targeted orbital strikes from the Warden's main cannons, weakening the Sovereign's outer defences, drawing fire away from the Pantheon Ascendant during critical moments. Focus fire on grid coordinates Delta 7. Give them covering fire, Thorn commanded, his knuckles white on the command chair. The Hive Sovereign adapted, learning, its ancient intelligence focusing its immense power. Tentacles of hardened biometal lashed out, grappling with the Pantheon Ascendant. Psychic assaults, amplified through corrupted Kala tech, hammered against the pilot's unified consciousness, threatening to tear their fragile bond apart. They felt the strain, the shared pain, the immense pressure. Doubt flickered. "It's too strong," Cross grunted, the Pantheon Ascendant reeling from a massive blow. "Energy reserves dropping," Moreno warned. "The psychic interference is destabilizing the core matrix." It was Kalia's voice, patched through by Thorn, that cut through the rising panic. The scrolls, the final act, the Harmonia Plenus, channel your unity outwards. It's not just a weapon, it's a resonance. Disrupt its control. They understood. The Pantheon Ascendant wasn't just about power, it was about harmony, the very thing the Draelith swarm lacked. Focusing their combined will, pouring every ounce of their shared courage, discipline, empathy, and even fear into the core, they initiated the final protocol. The Pantheon Ascendant ceased its physical attacks. It braced itself amidst the swarm and began to glow with an almost unbearable white-gold light. A deep, resonant hum built, not of destruction, but of pure, ordered frequency. Then it unleashed the Harmonia Plenus, a planet-wide harmonic wave, a pulse of coordinated psychic and energy resonance designed to disrupt the Draelith hive-mind connection. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the swarm. The wave washed over Kalaris and surged into orbit. Individual Draelith units convulsed, their networked directives severed. Fighters spiraled out of control. Ground troops froze, reverting to basic, uncoordinated movements. The Hive Sovereign itself seemed to shudder violently, sections sloughing off as the binding intelligence fractured. Its coordinated attacks ceased, its form losing cohesion, consumed by internal feedback loops. The overwhelming threat dissolved into chaotic fragments. Seeing their sovereign broken, the remaining functional Draelith ships, their hive connection shattered, faltered, and began a disorganized retreat, vanishing back into the void from whence they came. The battle was over. Silence, heavy and profound, fell over Kalaris, broken only by the crackle of fires and the low hum of the victorious Pantheon Ascendant standing sentinel over the devastated capital. The aftermath was sobering. Victory, hard-fought and costly. Kylaris was saved from the Draelith, but the ruins were vast, the casualties immense. The insidious genetic decay remained, an enemy no Titan could fight. Queen Kalia, now the weary leader of a scarred people, began the arduous task of rebuilding. The 5 pilots, psychically and physically drained, carefully separated the Pantheon Ascendant back into the individual Titan Sentinels. The magnificent machines, battered but intact, were returned to their subterranean chambers, their purpose served, awaiting a future unknown. None were lost, a testament to the pilot's skill and improbable synergy. A formal ceremony was held in the partially cleared plaza before the royal citadel. Before Kayla survivors and the crew of the Solar Warden, Queen Kalia posthumously honoured Sergeant Harlan Cruz. A Kayla starstone, a gem said to hold the light of a dying star, was placed in the newly consecrated Hall of Guardians, commemorating his sacrifice, a human honoured among Kayla legends. In the epilogue, a formal alliance was forged between the Kayla Dominion and Earth, mediated by Commander Thorn. The existence of the Solar Warden was acknowledged. Its status shifted from clandestine observer to official protector of Kayla space, a guardian against future incursions while the Kayla focused on survival and recovery. As the Solar Warden prepared to depart Kaylaris, leaving behind liaison teams and relief supplies, Air Lieutenant Lucas Watts sat in his quarters, recording a personal log entry. His voice was quiet, tinged with the weariness and wonder of the preceding events. Log entry, Lieutenant Lucas Watts, cycle end. We depart Kaylaris orbit tomorrow. The cost was high. Sergeant Cruz, King Variel, so many Kayla lives. The Draelith are scattered, broken for now. But the other threat, the one woven into their genes, remains. Queen, Kalia faces a long, uncertain future. Yet, we answered the call. We stood the line. He paused, looking at the starfield outside his viewport. This wasn't a war for territory or resources. It felt older, deeper. It was a battle for memory, I think. For the echoes of ancient bonds, for the belief that promises made across millennia still hold weight. The Titans. They were incredible. But the Pantheon Ascendant, it wasn't just metal and energy. It was us. Moreno's ingenuity, Cross's fire, Fenn's focus, Reeves' calm, my perspective. Bound together by trust, forced by desperation, protecting something fragile and worth remembering. We became more than pilots, more than soldiers. For a short time, we were guardians. He ended the recording, the silence of deep space settling round him once more, the memory of the Pantheon Ascendant a lingering echo in his mind. The Solar Warden turned, its silent engines preparing to carry it back into the watchful darkness between the stars.